if this is on. Not sure if this is on yet. Hang on, people. Chat. Yep. Sorry I was late. Rushing about the last minute there. Let's see who's here. Who have we got? Rory McFizz. How's it going, Rory? Hope you had a nice time, man. Markovsky. Same to everybody. Hope everybody had a good Christmas. I'm not going to say it to every single person, so. Turkey Tinso and Trolls, probably. Markovsky. Teen. Barbie McGill. How's it going, Barbie? I'm alright. A wee bit rushed, but good. Muscle Cal Rock Lover. Marie, hi, Merry Christmas. Hi, Marie. John Watson. Sorry, John. Yorkshire Lass Tracy, hello. Hope everyone had a great time with their loved ones. You too. Martin, how you doing, Martin? Hope you had a good Christmas day, man. James Doherty, hello. Boakaya, hello, man. Mr. Britton. The title was sort of interesting. Aye, it is. It's the usual, though. It's the bitches. They'll probably be there in the chat hiding. So we'll see what happens. Nathan Oakley, how's it going? Adam, hello. Right. Happy shit, Miss Dale, aye. So, I'll send the links out in a wee minute. You know, again, I was directed towards this fucking these one of these other hangouts with these culty type personalities, and honestly, I mean, I had to laugh. Some of it is funny. Some of it is funny. You know, I sent Marshall the link. There used to be a TV program on here called Scotch and Rye. There's a sketch in it with you know, a priest who goes on to do a last call. It was a TV thing. And he thinks he's drinking water as slowly, surely as he goes on, he starts to get more drunk and more drunk. It's fucking hysterical. These clowns was the exact same. It was funny to watch, but the shit they talk, that's another issue, you know. Right, I'm just going to ignore that just now. Aye, so again, you know, there's this talk of, you know, flat earth, or this whole question becoming a pantomime. And, you know, these characters who are claiming they're the skeptics and the real truthers, they're the ones that create a pantomime because their content is nothing but illogical fucking rambling, you know, name calling, making accusations that are just no fucking true. So, you know, they've been invited again, this Flat Earth Vancouver, BC, and fucking Ginger Jed, the little wine drinking bitches. They're free to come on, make their claims and show face. Otherwise, they can just go and fuck, you know, because they've not got the fucking balls. So, you know, we need to start fucking outing these people. You know, that I'm not in any cult. You know, I'm standing for truth, and that's what's important to me. It always has been from the start, and these fuckers know it is. So it's like they're trying to adopt, you know, that same stance as if that's the way they've always stood, when really it's not. And you hear, you know, clowns like this Jed talking about how, oh, it's a sphere, and, you know, I've found proof that it's a sphere. Well, show us the proof. It's this whole pantomime of there being some sort of debate and there should be these different camps. There shouldn't be any different camps. You know, it's an objective question. The only camp we should be in is the camp of natural science. It's fucking simple. Glenn and Gerard, the bitches, of course. You know, anybody who's getting involved in this kind of thing. You know, people look at it as drama that I'm confronted just now, but I don't sit about fucking bitching. You know, if I've got something to say, I'll say it to them. And I certainly wouldn't sit here and tell lies about people, you know. So, I know this stuff, you know, as I've said before, you know, I love a laugh, you know, and banter and a joke. And I can laugh at anything, but don't let anybody kid you on that this isn't a serious fucking matter, because it is. So let's have a wee catch up here. I'm still sweating from my shower, so anybody wanting in, let me know and I'll send them. I never get the phone, you know, to do the phone number thing. So if you want into a chat, just let me know. ICBS, peace, Del, peace, man. Jesuit in the house. Hi, Nathan Low. You know, it's on the content, people. You know, how simple do you need to fucking make it? The question's what shapes the fucking earth we live upon, right? You know, anything else that's getting on with it, remove it. And anybody that persists on keeping up with that kind of stuff, you know that they're there playing a game. It doesn't matter if you call them a Jesuit or whatever the fuck it is. You know, for me, that they are an issue in regards to this question. So everything's in the content. Wine drinking bitches, they certainly are. Where am I here? I just moved that. Dan Winfield. Flat Earth, not hot potatoes. Hello, Dale and all. Hello, Patricia. You CIA agent, you. You know, I'm sure somebody will be along any minute to provide proof for all these claims. And that's the other thing I heard them talking about, that I defend, you know, Patricia or anybody else. That's not what I'm saying. You know, at the end of the day, it's like me, I can only set my camp out, you know, and say and aim for what I see, you know, logically and where I want to go with it, and what I would like to see happening. And that's all I can do. I can set my camp up and keep saying my message and keep saying it, and people can come and they'll go. You know, I don't force people to listen. I certainly don't want people following me. And it's the same for everybody else. You know, nobody's making anybody follow anybody. You know, people set their stall out. They do whatever they do, whatever their agenda is for them, whatever it might be. You know, people come and go, and they're free to leave, watch or no watch. It's as simple as that. You know, the moment somebody hands me proof that somebody is physically imposing on somebody else and manipulating them, you know, I'll have a look at it. So, hang on, I need to send Teen the link to this. And John Smith, if you're watching, I'll send it to you on Skype. Always good to have John there. So, you know, once I've dispensed with the bitching and the accusations, you know, maybe get into a wee bit of philosophy. I had a wee good discussion with John yesterday about some of this stuff, and, you know, playing with ideas about who we are and how we fit into this and how it came to be. There's some serious anomalies with any story that's told, so we'll get into that a wee bit. But, so, no proof yet of anything regarding me on than retrospect. I have made some poor choices regarding guests a time or two. See, this is it. You know, everybody's on a journey. Everybody's not at this guru mind level where, you know, we're omnipotent and all knowing and all wise. People are just progressing and people make mistakes, you know. You know, we talk to people, we have interviews with people, with, you know, different varying things. It doesn't mean to say that we're all in each other's camps or we support everything that everybody does, but you get these players amongst us who try and associate and label and pigeonhole, and that's exactly what's going on. And just as Patricia's saying, you know, people do make mistakes, and at the end of the day, I've said it before, I feel everybody's got a right to exist as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't matter if they're, you know, whatever their nature might be, however they're wired. For me, this isn't about controlling anybody. It's the total opposite. So, you know, I'm not going to say, well, I don't want control, and then turn around and say, but them, they're bad and evil, they should be controlled or whatever. That's not my game at all. So, I'm hearing noises here. Have we got somebody here?
Hi, me, John.
How you doing? How are you?
Good, thanks, man. Good.
A good day.
Great day.
Joe, I'm just going to catch a wee bit up with the chat here just to see what's happening.
I'm just listening.
So, as I was saying, right from the very beginning, I said, this what this question is what shapes the earth we live upon? It's a simple fucking question. You'll see these different players who are sniping at each other on a personal level, associating, playing illogical games. It's a very straightforward and simple thing. It doesn't have to be this complicated, but all these distractions that are put amongst it are what make it complicated and slow everything down. So if you're a real truther, you really need to get on top of this and don't accept it at all, Right, where are we here? Conspiracy, keep it clean today, please. Have we got conspiracy mystic and being our usual aggressive and abusive, have we?
I agreed to be polite, Del, apparently, so that's cool.
Oh, nice. Del is irony challenged. Lol. Conspiracy mystic, stop hiding in the fucking comments section. You're one of these bitches who moves in these circles. Come in and say your piece, right? Don't be aggressive and don't be abusive. Just say what you're saying, right? And let's see what you've got to say. Because more than likely it's going to be some illogical fucking nonsense. Some opinion spewing for the pit of your emotions, Sometimes it's just fun to hang out. It certainly is. And that's it for me. There is no debate. The earth's not a fucking globe. So I'm in a position now where, I don't accept any of these cultural programmings or anything that they have to offer me. I want the fucking truth now. And until that happens, until enough people are wanting that, I'm just going to be here, keeping in with it, having fun, pulling these things up every opportunity I get. I'm not just going to sit back and watch it happen. Who are we here? Telling the truth, I will join in sometime, Dale. I need to eat some food. No problem. Look forward to it, man. Conspiracy mystic, no worries, I wouldn't be here though. I misheard the title in the advert. I thought he was admitting to being a whiny bitch. It was totally my bad. I ain't no fucking whiny bitch. For me, this is about logic and reason, natural science. And you clowns don't have a clue what that is. You can only operate on an emotional level. So I don't whine. I just point out the illogical behaviour of you fools. All right? Fire Thorn Potatoes. No, Barbie. None have said they don't agree with me. They were guests who are flat earthers as I am, who came on and then without proof made weird allegations against me after. And again, I'm going to say this at the beginning. This whole flat earth, as I've always stated clearly before, I do not believe or buy into flat disc models or any model that anybody's pushing whatsoever. Flat earth was just a title that I jumped onto. Flat earth to me means that whatever the full dimensions, it has to be able to contain the water. So we could be inside a sphere, we could be inside a cube, a pyramid, we could be in a bowl, any of these things, as long as it's a container of some sort. So that's what flat means to me, and I'm just going to say that every time I start from now on. Because you get these people now trying to attach you to certain models and pigeonhole you as a flat earther and generalise the whole, and I'm not accepting that either. And neither should anybody else. I'm sure you agree with that, John.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
It's this incessant pigeonholing.
I think also what it does, it cuts out a lot of chaff and misunderstanding from the beginning if you repeat what you just said, because people associate you with all different theories and models of a flat earth. So I think it's good to cut to the chase straight away.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, if people back then knew that it was flat, you wonder if this whole idea of an edge and these childlike models was a tool of discouragement to stop people from going and exploring. Well, maybe this control has been growing a bit longer than we realise, At first it was a controlled flat earth model, and now, we're into the controlled globe model. But it's one of these things that people have to ditch quickly, and I've said it from the very beginning. Don't adopt any model. Refute the claim that's made to you, and then stand in truth, and that can't be attacked. So when it can't be attacked, you get these games that we're seeing happening. The illogical, emotional-based games. They're trying to associate you in a negative light, or pigeonhole you in a certain light. It's pretty clear.
You have to question why they're attacking you when all one is doing is questioning and wanting the proof of what they're presenting. So why would anybody attack that unless you had alternative motives?
Yeah, and that's it. But it's this. They've been doing it. They're trying to get you into this. See, you're in a cult and that you're closed-minded and or brainwashed, whatever it is they want to say. The brainwashing was the globe. That's where the brainwashing is.
Yeah. I'll openly admit I was totally brainwashed, absolutely. But I'm not going to say it now. I'm not brainwashed. What I'm going to say is I'm aware of my brainwashing, and I'm not as brainwashed as I used to be.
Yeah. See, there's a comment for Patricia Steele there, and I absolutely love that. No matter what people say, it won't make the earth into a ball, and that's it for me.
Yeah.
Say and stamp their heels and take a hissy fit, or they like call you names and accuse you of everything and all sorts. It's never going to change the fact that the earth's not a globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the whole point of the subject.
Because it's all verbal, isn't it? That's all it is, just verbal.
Just wind, hot air, usual crap. Does a YouTube video with a claim being made count as proof? It's proof of somebody making a claim, but I don't know if it's proof of their claim.
And there's muscular rock lover, Earth is a spear, but not a spinning ball. But then that's just a huge claim. I mean,
that's a claim that that requires proof. That's an extraordinary claim, as your man Bill Nye says. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proofs.
Yeah.
And
that's what I was saying earlier, and what Patricia is alluding to. It's just verbal diarrhea. There's no evidence or substance behind it. It's words on a piece of paper.
Yeah. The earth's a ball. Might as well just say the earth's a fucking cube.
Absolutely, yes.
If words count, you make your claim and you prove it.
There's a bowl of cabbage in it.
Magic cabbage ball.
Mm.
Where do these people get it? And I'm hearing it. I heard it in that hangout that I was referring to earlier. I believe it's a sphere. I'm a dogmatist. I believe it's a sphere. Well, as long as you're admitting you're a religious fucking nut, that's fine. But don't say it's a sphere and then claim it as scientific or any sort of fact of reality.
You can't contradict it by using the word belief.
No.
And then trying to say it's a fact. Well, if it's a fact, you wouldn't need a belief, would you?
No. And here's somebody, Stuart, how you doing, bud? That's somebody talking about concave, I take it. I can get on board with concave, maybe an outer shell type thing, but this water up the walls nonsense, it's the exact same as a globe. Show us practical examples, show us actual proof,
Dale, I've got Ali in the chat's asking for the link. Shall I throw it to him?
Aye, if you've got something to say, batter in.
There you go, Ali. It's in your mailbox, dude.
Who's a concaver? Who are we talking about here in the chat? So, Muscle Carl Rock Lover, if you think you've got proof of a sphere, let's see it. I've stated many times before, I'll accept proof if there's real proof for something. I'm not going to deny it. What I'm going to deny is flimsy evidence that people use to try and back their stories, like look at the globes in the sky, that means I live in a globe. I'm not accepting any of that crap. Star constellations have never changed over thousands of years. We are not moving through space. No, that tells me that it's either something that's fixed into an outer shell. Some people might claim there's a projection happening from the inner outward that I would still need to see proof of it. But the fact that nothing changes in relation to each other tells me a hell of a lot. There's something fixed, and that's the other point. There's this constant narrative of Humans might just never have the capacity to understand or discover the real truth and all this fucking nonsense. If you have like these abilities of critical thought and hands and the tools to explore and to discover and even ask these questions, I say this to people all the time. Do you think you get to a certain point and it's like a magical barrier that you can't perceive or touch or explore in any way, shape, or form? I just don't see that. For me, and I'm going to use this word, lightly, it's a mechanical construct. I don't mean it's an engine, but it works like a machine as far as I'm concerned. So for me, there is integral parts that can be discovered and explored, and probably an outer working, an outer shell, and something beyond it. And I'm suspicious of these people who try and tell you, oh, you might never know. We might as well just all give up and not even bother questioning it and find a delusion and just go about our happy delusion. I'm probably ranting here, but fuck it.
Keep going. A rant is always good. It shows some passion and some anger with what we've been lied to all our lives.
But this is it, man. But people know they're being lied to in every aspect. The whole game's about controlling and keeping your attention, your mind. Your mind is the thing that they want.
And keeping you passive as well, yeah.
Aye. So all these ideas like that, like you'll never be able to discover it. Humans don't have the capacity. It's disempowering. These are there's like something a religious priest would say to you in order to belittle you and keep you in control.
Yeah, I'm guilty of it. Sorry, I'm guilty of thinking that myself.
Yeah, I have pondered it, but if I really instilled that in myself and went, I keep it open as a possibility, but to be pushing it and saying, I just don't think I'll ever know, what would be the point of me even doing anything? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and even I think in other other areas and walks of life, we've been told, it's impossible, you won't be able to do that, and you set out to prove them wrong because it doesn't stop you trying. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to people is, beware of this message that I'm seeing being repeated, and these rumblings of alien life, and it's a simulation, and we might never be able to discover that. Even a simulation will have solid wall constructs to it. The simulation has to be coming from somewhere. Do you know what I mean? I'm very suspicious of these ideas that try and cut you off from that exploration or discovery. It's like ideas that are designed to keep you fucking still.
Quell that dangerous critical thought of yours.
Well, fuck it. This is it. Now that the festivities are over, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm not holding back. And I heard in this hangout, what does it matter if it's a sphere or if it's flat or if it's this or if it's that? People that even say that, it just shows me the level that they go to.
And these people probably have children, and they don't care that the children have been lied to. The whole education system is a lie. The media is a lie. NASA's a lie. The government's a lie. They think that's just bloody dandy, and they've got children.
I've found a nice happy delusion that I'm content with. So therefore, I'm going to perpetuate the fucking lies and nonsense. When you hear people saying that, what does it matter? Well, the thing that matters is without grounding, without knowing where you are, who you are, what the game's about, you end up in this shite that we're living in at this moment in time. Do you know what I mean? And your interactions, people that are living out lives, what is their life grounded in? What's it rooted in? It's rooted in a fake existence.
And as you say, if we don't know where we are, or who we are, or where we've come from, how can you be sure you know anything is right?
That's it. These people who do this with your life, and this is a way to live, and this is a way to be. Where are you basing that? If you get an objective view of the full reality, or something that we don't know about, it's lunacy.
And I think the biggest fools are the people who try to tell you what it is and where we are and where we're going, because they don't know.
No, they've not got a clue. Nobody's got a clue.
No.
you know. But you have these people who seem to, you know, portray themselves to have a clue. You know, oh, this is just the way you should act. You know,
Yeah, Patricia gave a good comment there about flat Earth is just a catchphrase to draw attention to the ball lie that we're being told about.
Yeah, that's you know, that's why I put it in my title. Obviously, back then, that's what's trending. That's what everybody's, you know, typing in. It's flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. So I took that opportunity, put flat Earth the title, and still straight away put my message there. You know, by the way, flat Earth, with what it means to me, might not be what it means to you. You know, people don't get to define it for everybody else. You know,
just from our conversation earlier, I think I would like to in future refer to flat water rather than flat Earth, because 80% of the Earth is made up of water, and we all know it's flat. So I think I'm going to start saying flat water rather than flat Earth.
We'll call it container Earth.
Yes,
flat Earth, container Earth.
Yeah.
We know for a fact it has to be a container of some sort. You know?
I think it's a logical step, isn't it, from your natural observations to admitting to yourself that, well, the water's flat, you don't see any curve. So therefore, if it's flat, if it's not running off, there must be a container.
Yeah. And it's not even that you can see a curve. You can't even have a practical example of any body of water conforming to any shape, you know. And as I say, just as you say, it's a logical step based on scientific observation, testing and repeating that, you know, we cannot test water. You know, it doesn't matter what size of basin, you know, the physics are just going to be the same. Even if you extending the scale size, it's not going to change. So we know that the outer perimeter must be a container of some kind.
And I would take it to a third logical step. Well, if it's designed and if it's a container, then something or some people or someone has designed it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then we can't go into the next logical step because we're into the world of assumptions, imagination, and thinking. So
that's where it took me to that next logical step. Well, you know, we need a mass exploration. You know, we need to sell it to people. You know, get people excited about the possibility.
Yes.
And talking about the military, you know, and it's the same with the system. I've had these discussions with people. Oh, the system will collapse and fold. There you go. Well, you're forgetting one thing. It's the people who operate everything. It's the people who keep everything running. So food supplies and the stuff that we need, they're not going to stop because, you know, some elite power decides so. You know, it's the people who operate everything, and it's the same in the military. You know,
I've spoken to one or two folk in the military, and I think that they think similar things to us, but they obviously can't express that. Yeah. So I think that there's a bigger awakening amongst people than just in this, I hate to mention it, truth movement, whatever they call it. You know, I think it's reaching all corners of society. Yeah.
And if you get the people like, you know, people who maybe joined the military, you know, what the way I did when I was younger, it was I thought adventure and, you know, exploration and, you know, what it should really have been about and problem solving and helping people out. You know, that's what a real military should be as far as I'm concerned. And it was the same with people who were joining the police force. They wanted to serve and protect and uphold common law and be real investigators. But it's been butchered and turned into this fucking, you know, money-making business. You know, they just churn out these bully victims with bad attitudes who, you know, have got a chip on their shoulder, who don't give a fuck about taking 60 quid off of some old granny in the street, you know?
And you join these systems for good intentions, but man will always corrupt the system, whatever system it is.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to generalise, you know, but obviously there's always people looking for power and will use corruption. It's just not my methods. But, you know, how do we know how the mind reacts and how people really react who are, you know, given these positions or work their way to these positions? You know, it's their journey, so it's not something I can judge on. Based on who I am right now, you know, it wouldn't be me. But Mr. Britton, logical step is the Bible is correct and always told you the truth. I don't know, regarding what?
And why is the Bible logical? I don't get it.
Yeah.
And how do you know it's the truth?
Yeah. this is it, you know. I don't. These books and these stories of our history and what really went on, I don't trust any of them. None of them make fucking sense to me whatsoever. As I said before, this whole era that we are in, you know, for me, it doesn't feel as if it's as long as they're making it. You know, based on the jump in the last 100 years, and you go by their narrative of, you know, thousands and thousands of years of basically fucking cave dwellers, it just doesn't add up.
No, going as far back as Napoleon Bonaparte, he stated that history is written by the winners. You can't take that as being the truth.
No.
And that was what, 300-400 years ago.
Aye, if I was to write a diary here today based on, you know, my subjective experience and how I've seen things and blah blah blah, you know, and wrote it down, and it was discovered in 200 years' time, you know, the sheer idiocy of somebody to read that and think that it's some sort of gospel or truth, you know, is frightening.
Mm.
You know? But this is the stuff they're trying to push to us. Oh, look at this book that's 500 years old. You know.
But I quite understand by taking the good messages from it and examples of how do you live life, but to adopt your whole life and then go to war with people who believe the opposite, it's absolutely ridiculous. To me, that is total mind control and brainwashing.
Until it's been discovered and explored, everything's just a substitute. You know, it's all bollocks.
Mm.
Yeah. And I can see it.
It's a term of social control as well, isn't it? To control the public mind and be a good citizen, do as we tell you, and you'll go to heaven. So you become law-abiding and you become religious and you try to be a good person, but you don't challenge authority, you don't challenge injustice. You go along to get along.
Disempowering and keeps people in a childlike fucking state of mind, you know? Oh, well, some bigger authorities get it sussed out, so therefore I don't really need to think. You know?
Social control.
Aye. And not taking self-responsibility.
And that little video clip I sent you yesterday, it's about scientists telling us, oh, there's meteors happening so often. Luckily, most of them don't hit Earth, but they could any time. And talk about keeping us in fear. Well, we'll trust the authority because they're looking after us and they're warning us, so we'll put all our faith into authority.
Yeah. That's it. You know, they'll just spin any old crap. So, as I say, you know, a control mechanism of giving people back then this false idea of the flat earth having an edge, or the earth having some sort of edge to discourage control, exploration and movement. You know, the same fallback, it looks to me like they could go to the fallback position of, you know, oh, the Bible was always true, therefore we're in God's kingdom and we must obey these rules. You know, I don't accept any of that either.
Yeah, and live in fear as well.
Yeah.
You want to go to heaven, so you live in fear and you'll be a good citizen. And
the story just doesn't add up. And I don't know. And what these ideas of heaven and fucking, I don't know.
Oh, it's not reality, is it?
No. And you know, as I was talking to you about yesterday, you know, this whole place to me is you know, look at the different races that are here. You know, how did that come about? You know, because this Darwinian explanation just doesn't fucking add up. You know, you go from, you know, one extreme of an Aborigine to, you know, a Chinese man or woman, or you know, and all the variations in between. And you look at it and you go, where are these different groups of being coming from? You know, was there one that had all these different codes and genetics within it, or are these, you know, maybe people that are coming from different ponds, different places that have been brought here? You know?
And why would people end up in like the Eskimos?
Aye.
It's so cold there that you evolve into a different different structure of a human being. Yeah.
But you know, for all we know, they were put there, as I says to you, and after a couple of generations, they instill this culture and this patriotism, and all of a sudden they're staying there through this false sense of, you know, meaning or whatever.
I want to defend it at all costs and be proud of it and not move.
I mean, what would people be thinking? You know, oh, let's live here where it's harsh as fuck and, you know, it's freezing cold all the time, we never see the sun. I mean...
See that sun in Spain? I'm not going there. That's too hot. I'll stay here in my icebox. Oh,
I know.
I'm not having that sun burning me.
Aye. It feels to me as if at some time they were put there in these different places, you know, and through time we've progressed and we've, you know, started bridging and mingling.
But maybe you could extend that, Del, to this pond. That, like, we've all been put in this pond for some reason. The same way as we've been segregated into different continents for a certain reason.
Yeah. It feels as if there's some sort of program going on. You know, maybe even with the animals. I mean, you look at the Bible, that whole thing about, you know, Noah and the ark.
2 by 2.
You know, what was that telling you? You know, is that unveiling the experiment? You know, fuck knows. You know,
it's a little bit like zoo, isn't it? Get one of each species in the zoo so we can keep them going and watch them and experiment with them.
Yeah, Magumba's saying Dan Winfield, it's cold in Greenland, but the people there have dark skin. You know, even at that, they tell you it's because of climates and stuff. But look at all the different variations kind of along the equatorial line, or, you know, some of these countries, the climates aren't that different, but they're so, you know, they are so different. Bone structure, skin colour, you know, it's crazy. So we've got somebody here, sorry. Ali, how you doing, bud?
Right. Oh, yeah, that's me. Is the microphone all right, yeah?
I can hear you, mate.
All right, cool.
How you doing, man?
Tricks. Yeah, I not so bad. Do you have a good Christmas and all that, yeah?
Nice one, mate. Aye, quiet, usual.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and talk with you about what you were talking about, how a lot of YouTube channels have just started going into basically turning into bitch fests rather than having the content.
Yeah. Well, they've always been here, man. You know, they've been here for the start. You know, certain characters that were just here that were prominent and promoted, who were pushing illogical stuff like maps and models and bitching about each other and attacking each other. You know, they were there from the beginning. It's nothing new, and all the wee offshoots, they're like the support structures. You know, you have these main players, and then you have got these other wee groupings run about them, you know, who sweep up and keep everybody in their wee groups and play their illogical fucking games. Yeah. So it's no stuff.
Sorry. Yeah, no problems. Do you think some of these people actually they're doing it on purpose, or do you think they're just they don't realise the effect that they have, or what they're actually doing?
I think there's a mix. I think there's people who know exactly what they're up to, and obviously you've just got your sociopathic types who just want to be popular for the sake of being popular. You know, and probably don't have any intelligent thought or any depth to thought. It's just something that's trending and they just want to be part of it. So I think there's a mix.
Yeah, just to get the subscriptions up or something like that.
There's a lot of that. You know, just want to be popular for the sake of being popular. But it's these other ones who are persistent, work in groups, and even when they're confronted on illogical stuff and you speak to them, you know, articulate, you know, politely, with manners, you know, you just get the same shit and they just continue to keep going with the same stuff. That to me tells you that, you know, stupidity only goes so far, as far as I'm concerned. Not that I don't underestimate how stupid people can be, but you can just tell with certain people, you know, they're articulate enough to understand what you're actually saying to them. But, you know, they just continue with it.
Yeah, that was like last night. I was on that Earth discussions. I went on and there was a couple of people there that just straight away attacked, you know, full steam ahead. They kind of attack, get called retard, and I'm trying to work out what actually drives what's happened to their critical thinking. Even though they say that I talked in an absolute. I said, you know, all ball earthers, and then I apologised afterwards because I think we're going to have to learn how to learn all the triggers that triggers these people off, and work according to that, and trying to keep it. Because I only went on last night I wasn't even talking to the panel. I was actually wanting to talk to people that listen to these hangouts and decide for themselves. Because I'm not really trying to convert anybody, because it's pointless. No. These people will not. These people will not, and that's fine. It's the same. There's some flat earthers. I pointed out the fact that it's the same with flat Earth and the ball Earth. People are frightened of agreeing with someone on the opposite side because they feel as if it's. Yeah, that's it. They'd be admitting, that there's this thing that stops people. I mean, I learned something last night, and I thanked him for the information, and and I'm now going to look at Schuler tuning and the attitude indicators, because that's the only thing that convinces me. Nothing else. We'll never see the curve. We're never going to be able to measure it, and they won't listen anyway. There's always this big gap.
People talk about, there's this thing. People talk about instruments of measurement, right? Like lasers and theodolite and all these different things, and you go, do you know what? We've got a natural measurement tool right in front of us. It's called water.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all these man-made tools that they want to go on about, at the end of the day, we have a natural thing that we can use as a measurement tool, and we always have done, and it's liquid, it's water. So, and this whole thing about the camps, globe Earth, flat Earth, concave Earth, they're all dishonest, because at the end of the day, they shouldn't be in any camp. If they're talking about that, it's an objective question. It's for natural science. And it's a very simple, straightforward understanding language and set of tools. So the position that they really should be in is, by the way, there is absolutely zero proof for a globe. Therefore, we need to try and discover where it is that we are. We can look logically and deduce by observation that it has to be a container of some kind. And anybody can feel free to refute that. But refute it with practical examples and real proof, not just stories. So I don't, for me, or any of these groups, culty groups, flat, globe, concave, they're all the same. If you're in a camp and you think there's these dynamics going on, you need to have a word with yourself and remove yourself from it. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yep. Stand up and don't be frightened of being. It's like we've lost the will to be individuals now. We seem to think it's really all about. Well, to me, my understanding is it's all about status. People crave status, and they want to be part of a group. Now, was that conditioned into us an education? Does man really want to be in a group? Because when I look about the place, everybody, they're only in groups for a specific reason. It's not like an actual primal need, I don't believe.
No, there's no practical thing. That's the thing with groups for me. There's too much idle group stuff goes on in society for me that I just don't have any interest in. If it's an activity, something that you are working together with, then I'm up for it. But some of the idle behaviour, I just can't get on board with. But it's not about let's all be the best of pals in the one big group. I think it's if people really are wanting truth and want the objective truth, then that should be the foundation. It's got nothing to do with my personality, your personality, John's, or anybody else's. It's got nothing to do with my wishes, desires, hopes, dreams, or yours or anybody else's. It's just simply, what's the objective truth? What's the objective reality?
Yeah.
And all these camps are keeping it divided, whether it's a globe, flat, or concave. As I state clearly, and I always have done from the start, I don't belong to any mapping model. I'm in the don't know camp.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's where I've got, as I say, the only thing that convinces me it's a ball, or the only thing that I could really look into is the flights. That's the biggest, is the flights. If it's spinning left to right, and does the atmosphere move or doesn't? If it does, there's no logic behind whichever way they can't say. Well, nobody knows for definite whether it moves or it doesn't move, and like science it's divided. You wouldn't believe. I watch all these programs, the World Science Forum, I think it is, and they have, they have the top experts in everything, psychology, astrophysics, all that, and they have these people on, and every single one of them, they just sit and they argue. There's no well, I know consensus is a bad thing, but I don't mind. They can have their opinions, but when it affects my life, and they still teach it, when they still teach it to my kids and our children at school, as if it's definite. There's a reason they're teaching, and the reason that they're teaching it is to, to hide or manipulate something. That's my belief anyway, because they won't agree. They won't agree with each other at all.
Yeah. No.
It's like
it shouldn't be. They shouldn't be pushing it to kids. It's just nonsense. Us as adults realise that there's absolutely zero proof for a globe. And you're saying about the flights here. I would always pull it back and say, listen, the place is covered in water. It's never going to be a sphere. It can't be a sphere. That's not, water doesn't conform to spheres. So, there's no logic.
That's it, Dale. That's right, Dale. That's the other thing as well. The water going around the ball, right? And if just for example, just say it was, right? I don't believe that, but just say it was. That would mean that they were hiding a force, because it's certainly not gravity that's holding, and it can possibly hold. It's one of the weakest forces.
Is it even a force of,
Yeah, well, exactly.
Well, they need to define gravity and then give me a practical example of it. Until somebody does that, I'm not even going to entertain it. It's just a word. It's like John said, it's cabbage. Might as well just be saying cabbage.
Yeah, it's just been given a name, and when people actually start looking into the science that they've been telling us, because I like reading, I do like reading. I like to read, so I usually download documents and stuff like that and go through it. The equations, I just read the actual, if you assume the Earth is rotating and blah, blah, and they use it in satellite geodesy, right? People can say satellites are fake, but I've got my opinion about satellites. But when they describe what these things are doing, how they keep them in orbit and things like that, if you look into it, it's impossible. The way, sorry, Dale, go on.
No, it's fine, man. I'm just going to say, when I came to your hangout thing the other day, and you were talking about satellites and stuff, I don't make any claims to any of that. But when I hear claims that space is a vacuum or space is any other medium, then for me, testing and observing again the reality that I live in, there has to be some sort of solid barrier between the two. Because if you don't, you have equilibrium between opposing pressure systems, and that's just a fact. That's just a fact of life. So why should it then be any different on the macro level?
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, there's an assumption there that everybody uses, that space is a vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So that's what I'm saying. If we stop assuming that space is a vacuum and work out if there was satellites, or if the ISS, how would they be staying up there or going round? There's winds of 500, 600 kilometers an hour just on the edge of our atmosphere. It can't be a vacuum. We know it can't be, otherwise there would be no atmosphere. So it has to be a pressure that's holding the atmosphere down, whether it be flat or a dome. Like you said, we have no idea. We can't.
Well, again, it has to be contained in some way. That's just what we know about reality. In order to create pressure, you need some sort of sealed unit. In order to hold water, you have to have some sort of container. So that starts to tell you, paint a picture of the possibilities of where we are. As far as satellites go, it could be anything. It could be balloons. What if the outer shell actually moves and you can attach things onto it? People don't even consider that. What if you can actually go up and attach something onto the outer shell?
Exactly.
Who knows?
That's what I'm really that's what I really like to do. I like to look into the science that I've been told and see if it resonates with me. And I find that most of the time when, you know, I've read a lot about quantum physics, general relativity, and all that kind of thing, but they're just suppositions, they're imaginations of man, and that is it.
So, you know, I say that to people, the amount of time I spent listening to guys like Richard Feynman, until, you know, eventually after hours and hours and hours of it and trying to grasp it and get it, eventually the penny dropped and I went, do you know what? All I'm seeing here is drawings. That's it. Drawings on bits of paper, nothing else. You know? And that's when it really set in for me that it is just imagination. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. It's all... and I mean, I think the problem with people is they can't... I don't know, is it like... I mean, like last night, if I was proven wrong or someone made a mistake and I felt I was wrong, I would apologize. I did apologise. I was saying, well, thank you for explaining that to me. Whereas all I got was abuse from the other side, apart from two people. They were sound. They were fine about it.
This is part of my journey, and you know, and understanding how we get in this mess in the first place, and then how we can get out of it. You know, and how do we deal with each other in terms of the objective reality that's happening, like social circles and stuff. And using logic and reasoning and natural science for me are the tools and the keys. So in any discussion in a group, you know, as soon as people are entering into logical fallacies like name calling or, you know, anything else that's not the actual subject, then for me there's an issue, there's a problem there. You know, and I can have discussion. I can have discussion with you, John. You know, I can have a challenging discussion where we can, you know, bat each other back and forward. But then you get these religious cult-like people, like the guys who came into one of the hangouts before, and they just talk over the top of you and try and bat and call people retards and you know, and they're like stroppy divas, you know, because they're not getting their own way and they're not the centre of attention, you know. So when I know that, and I'm smart enough to understand that, and that's how I can operate, I can see these people and these players as clear as fucking day. You know, and that's what I've always tried to say to people. The question's very simple. So when you understand that it's a very simple question, you know, look at the content of the people who are involved in it, and you can see where the manipulation is, the psyop party or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but wait, this is the thing. You're right, but I'm actually interested where that reaction comes from. I don't believe it's a natural, because it's, you know, it's like you said. I mentioned satellites there, or the possibility of satellites or ISS. You never came back and called me a retard or attacked me. Said you were willing to discuss it. Like how normal people should enter into a discussion is exactly what you said. You know, we can have a debate about it, and you know, I can get passionate, you can get passionate. But at the end of the day, we walk away. Whatever, you know, he doesn't agree with me, and he doesn't agree. Well, that's fine. So what?
But that's it. You know, that's the language thing. You know, and it's, you know, it's not like I'm saying it to you or pulling you up, but these words like debates, right? A debate is when it's something that we don't know. So, you know, I'll make my story up and present my anecdotal evidence that tries to point towards the story that I want to represent, and then you do the same, and we appeal to people emotionally and with some evidence, you know, and that's a debate. It's like a religious people debate. Creationism and evolution can have a debate because the two of them are religious. You know, when it comes to the objective truth, natural science, you don't debate it. You know, if you've got a claim about reality, show it. Then there isn't a debate. It's just a simple matter of, look, by the way, my claim is what bodies of water don't conform to the exterior of shapes, must be contained, you know, it's always level, blah, blah, blah. And then I can show it. You can test it. You can see that that's the reality. Then, you know, that's an objective truth. There is no debate there.
Yeah.
But a debate will happen when somebody comes along and makes a grandiose claim like, oh, on a larger scale it can curve. You know, you go, well, the burden of proof is on you, then show it. You know,
yeah, well, I mean, but I mean, when people actually say that, so that they're telling me that gravity is aware, it has conscious thought, which is ridiculous, because how can it tell the difference between a small body of water and a larger body of water. The Earth is the size it is. It has a constant of gravity, apparently. So I don't think it matters. Sorry.
Well, there's natural and constant physical laws. Liquids' behaviour on Earth doesn't change. You know, that's just a fact. So it doesn't matter if, as I say, the swimming pools, you know, a million times the size. It's the physical behaviour and properties are still going to be the same. You know.
Yeah, I had a discussion with my friend today. There was a series called Da Vinci's Demons, and in this series, Leonardo da Vinci he invented this bird that flies, a mechanical bird that flies, right? And he built it on a small scale, but when he tried to build it larger, it didn't work.
Right.
Meaning there's something happening between the small scale and the large scales, because it's down to precision. It's down to error margins. And what happens is when you extrapolate, you know, this argument about the buildings only, bend away or have a 1 degree angle. Well, that 1 degree angle can turn into a lot of meters when you're going up 200 feet.
Yeah.
You understand the difference is if the angle's like that off the straight, there's a 1 degree. The difference is bigger at the top, and as at the bottom, it just gets wider and wider and wider. So when these people say that it doesn't, I can assure you, if it's 70 miles away, I've been in building all my life. You know what a spirit level is. We all know this. You know what I mean? And it's like a 1 degree. Yep, go.
No, carry on. Sorry.
All right, well, that 1 degree, it might be only a centimetre at ground level or whatever, a millimetre. But when you multiply it by 100 feet or 200 feet or whatever, that 1 centimetre or whatever is going to turn into about 20, 30 metres when you get up to a certain height. Yeah. And you would notice that in the heights of the building if you were looking at
other arguments are based on perceptions and how moisture plays a factor. It's always straight on observations. As I said to the guys before, there's never left to right curvature, ever. You know, it's always, you need to look over a body of water to get this effect, you know, because it's no curvature that's coming into play. Because if they want to invoke curvature straight out in front of you, you have to be able to see the same from left to right.
That's correct.
I made the point to them. You take an equilateral triangle, A, B, and C. Observer A, you know, is looking at the ship, which is B, and you've got observer who is C, looking at both the ship and the observer. And if they claim that ship's going over a curve, the observer C should be seeing left to right curvature from A to B. You know, simple.
Yeah, well, it is, isn't it? So this is the problem then, Del. What is it that causes these people to argue? Because that's just pure law. You know, that just makes sense. You said there, you know, if you've got two people, you know, as you say, the triangle, you know, if the guy's in the middle and there's two guys either side of him watching a ship, you know, you will see that ship just go straight across, but whereas the guy on what you said on the right hand side of me 10 miles away, he'll see it disappear over the curve. The guy from the left, he'll see it disappear over the curve, but I will just watch a boat sail straight past me with no curvature.
Exactly.
And but what is it then? What do you think it is, Dale, that's causing this? You know, it's like a brain meltdown kind of thing. You can actually hear it and see it. The
bottom of the misdirection and the deliberate lie. You know, as I say, if you go and look at look for, I can't remember what it was. I'll post it. But it even told you in the description, look, if you're looking for curvature, you have to observe something going away from you over a body of water, right? Because it's an illusion, it's a perception issue. You know, that's why you're not seeing it from left to right. So they've used these tricks, the same things that they use, like look at the blob of water in the ISS, it's a sphere, and we'll put some blue ink in it, and, you know, to try and give people this image that's how water behaves in a vacuum. But, you know, they're missing the atmosphere and the air pressure and all the different things.
Everything.
That's not how water behaves in our reality. What they're showing you is something that's a contrived condition. You know, they've created the environment for that. You know, so by using sneaky tactics like that, it's etched it into people's minds even more. Do you know what I mean? So it's like they fight and they try and argue, but, and you go, but nothing. You can't show any of these things practically, therefore they're no real, you know. And that comedy video that I done the last time, you hear Bill Nye giving the explanation of pseudoscience, right?
I watched that.
He's all smart ass. Oh, you know, pseudoscience is things that can't be observed, tested, and measured, you know. And you're watching it and going, well, show me fucking water conforming to the exterior of a sphere. You know, that can't be tested, measured, and observed. Two opposing pressure systems coexisting side by side with no solid barrier can't be tested and observed anywhere. You know, but you get these smarmy
Right. Sorry. Did you get that link I sent you, Dale? You were talking about has anybody been to the centre of the earth? I don't know whether you seen it. I sent you a message. Well, there's a brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson does a splendid job of explaining it in a film. It's called in a documentary. It's called Cosmic Quandaries, and he actually done a thing for PBS, and he explained exactly what would happen if he you know, they could dig a hole and they could travel all the way down to Australia. You should watch that. I'd advise everybody to watch that. You will piss yourself laughing, man.
Is this the one with when do you flip?
You got it.
Is it that one? I remember it.
That's it. Right, and well, yeah, exactly how you flip and how gravity's working. They say gravity comes from the surface. Yeah, exactly.
How cabbage works.
But is it people? And the thing is, Dale, people have sort of not bought into it, but they seem to be. There seems to be something happening inside their brain that just makes them straight away off the mark. The minute you talk about that,
yeah.
It's like you know, you're a fool, you're a retard, and.
But that's it, you know, and part of my journey was this, you know, because a lot of these people claim science and people talk as if they're scientific, you know, and I was always saying, well, let's understand science and the subdivisions of science and what it is you're actually talking about, because real science to me is testable, measurable, repeatable, right? That's real science to me. That, you know, that makes sense in a whole. You know, that's our objective language, so nobody can really tell lies to each other, because any claim that you make, you fucking show it, you know? Sorry, man, I've just got distracted there. I need to see this thing in the chat. Sorry, 2 seconds, Ali.
No problem. No problem.
FEMA Camp channel here advertising himself. This is one of these illogical morons who was on talking shite and drinking wine with the ginger girl. This wee guy appeared in the scene last year sometime, and I tried to address him, you know, without really saying his name in a couple of videos. And it looks as if he kind of modelled himself by watching me. He's sitting with this fucking Jed character telling total fucking lies, claiming to know who I am and that he spoke to me on several occasions and all this shit. And he's just a gobshite. He's one of these people who's offered absolutely nothing but discourse. He came and he just called people names, made accusations, and made, you know, flimsy videos about handcuffs and fucking dildos and all this nonsense. And these are the types of characters that I'm talking about that just shouldn't be tolerated. You know, don't give these people an audience because they're fucking morons. At the end of the day, I'm not going to hold back. You know, I'm tired of it. They are the fucking morons. They're either morons or they're getting paid to cause discourse. It's as simple as that, right?
Yeah.
And these groups who are supporting each other and making videos about how great each other are and high-fiving each other, you know, and just spewing illogical nonsense. You can see their game as clear as day. And now they've wheeled this clown back out. You know, let's bring him back in, the champion illogical moron, and see if we can cause some strife for people. You know, that's what they're up to. And I've offered them to come in here and say stuff logically, have a discussion, and they never accept. They run away and they hide in the chat, and then they'll talk about you when you're not there in their hangouts and stuff, you know. So, yeah, as I said,
Sorry, what? Yep. No, there you go.
Now, this is part of why I'm doing this tonight, and I'm just going to talk candidly like this about them all the time, because, real people, real truthers, people who want real truth need to start standing up to it, and not just, fuck off, Go, if you want to be an entertainer and cause illogical nonsense away and date somewhere else, but, the adults here want to find out some real truth and make some progression, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, and I think that there's a lot of, as I say, there's not wanting to mention anybody, but it was someone that you don't get on very well. But his basically his content's just going about criticising, well, basically you and.
Aye, Jed. Aye, because this is the problem, that they're threatened by the truth, and they continue to spread in these wee groups. And it's not that I have an issue personally with this guy. It's about addressing the content and what's actually happening in the objective arena, and what they're actually offering. And when you address it, you highlight it. It was the same as the rest of them. They always get respect and manners from me. But when they didn't get what they were looking for, they would just resort to these other tactics. So that's what these fuckers are up to. And they see in the chat, and it's the same pattern all the time. They'll never show face. They don't have any proofs of any of these claims that they make. And even if you did have proof that somebody had done something in their private life that you don't agree with, it matters not. It's what people are actually saying that's important. You know what I mean? But you get these
exactly.
They keep trying to make it about personalities all the time.
As it discuss the content, not who the guy is, or what the person. It's like I hate to mention the dude, but Albert Pike, and I mean, people are quoting things about this book of his, and it's all, he's whatever he is, right? But not all that book is. I mean, I gave up after the 17th degree, because he just goes and he gives his little bit of philosophy, what a Mason is, what's happened, and who's infiltrated it. Because I don't believe anybody they quote out in this book, but he came out with a quote, and I thought, right, fair enough, that was very well said. And he said, even the fool points to light, meaning knowledge, because they talk as light is knowledge kind of thing. And that's it. We shouldn't be judging people what they look like or how they talk. It's about the content, and you're absolutely right about pulling these people up.
Yeah, it's like in every walk of life. Even if you go and watch a football match, you don't judge how a player looks or what he gets up to with his missus, or whatever he's doing in his private life. I go there and I look at his content, i.e. what he offers me on the park. But you even see that in they kind of aspects of your life where you have all that propaganda and media. They always make it about judging each other's personalities and what we get up to in our private life. There's all these games going on continually. But that's part of my journey, is trying to highlight that and show that to people. This is what's causing us the problems. Nobody's perfect. Nobody has the objective truth. Therefore, nobody should be telling anybody how to live their life, or what's right, what's wrong, what people should and shouldn't be doing. We're getting into all these problems because people are trying to control each other.
Yeah, and they're actually, I think they're actually this all this bitching and stuff like that. I mean, it's they're using this as a manipulation of people, because look, people do love gossip, and I think that's it's instilled in us as youngsters. All these biases and stuff like that. I'm teaching.
But we can overcome them. But we can overcome them. We're not just victims of them. It's a choice. It's a rational choice for me to realise that stuff is just nonsense. I've done it in my life. I've been the victim of it in my life, and continue to be with illogical morons. But I have the ability to override it, to no partake in it. Maybe when you're younger, you think you're getting a kick out of it, and it's all, it's great fun. But you mature and you get fed up with that shit. Because as I say, if you're an aware person, you feel how it feels when it's been done to you, and you get all your reactions together. You form yourself, and then you start,
empathy. You empathise with the other person. That's what it's called. And people don't seem to have enough of that. I think we've lost the And I think the problem is we've lost the understanding of what consciousness is and morals, or our perception of morals, and I think that's been taken away. So all our critical, tools or critical thinking has been, it's been destroyed. And I mean that can be proven by just go outside and have a conversation with someone about something.
It's everything's based through fear. And then through the fear, people operate on an emotional level. They don't operate on a logical level. There's no balance. It's just, people's emotions fucking running riot everywhere. And there's so many aspects of it, obviously, but that's basically the fundamentals. The whole system operates on emotional manipulation, and for me, that's only been allowed to happen and has thrived because people have lost the foundations of where they are and who they are.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We seem to. I mean, I think the human race seem to forgot. That we're actually we have what differs us from the animal kingdom is our ability to communicate our meaning. I had a great conversation with John about this. I've even pondered a lot that even thinking is maybe a problem. As a child, you don't really think. You kind of live in each moment and you just pass through each moment in time. But you start to get to this point where you're questioning the past. You're questioning the future, you're pondering, you're thinking, you're standing still, and you're not just, moving. I think there's a lot to be looked at for, actually, if maybe thinking is actually the problem that's creating this, But
I couldn't agree more with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, all thought is conditioned.
Yeah. You
can't think about anything that you don't know nothing about. You can only think about things you know about, because you can't think about things you don't know about. So all thought is conditioned.
Yeah.
So we have to cease thinking to be really to raise our own consciousness, our own self-awareness, and not coming from a conditioned thinking.
That's a nice concept, John. That's a nice concept, actually. The way you put that, and you as well, Dale. I never thought about that, but I won't go away and think about it.
Yeah, Ali, I just think that I had to start asking myself honestly and coming up with truthful answers, like, are my thoughts my own? And then I had to be honest and say, well, they're not really, because my thoughts have all come from something of part knowledge that was already there before I came. So I've adopted that. And so I'm just becoming a repeater in a sense. Am I seeing anything completely creative, completely new? No, I'm not. I'm just modifying what was already there.
Yeah.
So what I would say is we can't come to the unknown through the known.
No.
We can't discover the unknown if we're coming from the known. So we have to cease all that conditioned thinking. We have to come into a completely different paradigm where we can search for truth what we've not come across before with conditioned thinking.
Yeah.
Conditioned thinking will keep us from our critical awareness of finding out what truth is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Yeah. Well said. I think that's it's quite an interesting concept. There'll probably be a few people out there that I'll just dive on that and say, "Oh, flat earthers." You can just hear. But
at the end of the day, this is discussion. And we always disclose, look, we'll have discussions, we're pondering ideas and different things. These things we're talking about aren't the claims to any truth.
No, but
that's right.
If I could interrupt there, I was relating that to the ball earth. That's conditioned thinking.
Yeah.
We've been presented with that, and we've grown up with that social conditioning that the earth is a ball of water on it without really questioning that until a few years ago we started to really question that as critical adults. But as children, we didn't have that critical thinking. So we accepted this conditioned thinking, and we're socially conditioned to accept that. But when I'm talking about being free of thought, being free of, which I think is all conditioned, all thoughts conditioned, because that is related to the ball earth. The ball earth is conditioned thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah.
And it's the same with everything else, you know, books and stories of history and all these anecdotes and stories that people tell you, they're based in nothing. They're just hearsay. You know, and that's the difference between, you know, knowledge and knowing. You know, this knowledge idea that you take information and regurgitate it is rewarded as being intelligent, smart, and clever. When it's not, it's the total opposite. You know.
Yeah, you're just
For
good
me,
at repeating. You're just good at repeating things. That's all it is. You know, there's no
just as John
intelligence.
said.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, just as you said there, John. You know, people are just repeating what already was. You know, whatever their culture said.
Yeah, whatever their culture.
And then
Social
these people
conditioning
who travel,
varies between cultures. Yeah.
aye, but you get these people who travel and think, "Oh, I'm well cultured. I've been to these cultures, so I'm knowledgeable. I have a wide range of knowledge on this culture." No, you don't. You have a wide knowledge of fucking hearsay. You know,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
and that's the reality.
Well, could I just say one thing? Hello, team. Thanks for popping in the other day and helping me out there.
Oh, that's cool, dude. I hope it was useful.
Yeah, you certainly will, my friend. I've kind of got it. I've kind of got it sussed out. I'll be doing a few. I've talked to my friend, and we have, like yourself, Del. You have conversations with Teen and John about certain things. I have these same conversations as well, and they're along the same lines of, you know, it inspires thought. To discuss without bias.
Yeah, Ali, I quite agree with you there, and I think it's all about helping each other, and the only way we can help each other is to stimulate our own critical thinking and to challenge our own preconceived ideas. And if we can be honest with ourselves and open to that, then it's only forward. We can only go forward with that.
Yeah, and we get accused of being intellectually dishonest. I've been accused of that, and I says, I don't even know what that means. I says, I'm being honest. This is a genuine question I'm asking. I do want to find out. I'm not doing it to wind anybody up, or, you know, as I explained last night on the Earth debate, or whatever it was I was on last night. I tried to explain. I says the problem with you and the two sides that are here, it's like, if I agreed with you, for example, Dale, you said, like, I believe in the dome, and this is such and such or whatever. I will not agree with that, because if I agree with that, that's me kind of, it's as if they're accepting that, you know, if I believe in a ball earth, I would be accepting that I would suddenly have to throw away my ball earth concept or whatever, because, you know, we can't, just the little things, nobody is going to give a millimeter or a nanometer or whatever. Nobody's got, because they're in fear of, or I'll be perceived as, if I agree with that person, that means I believe in the flat earth, or I believe in it.
Again, it's not about agreeing with the persons. It's the objective truths and the actual proofs that exist. People's beliefs don't count. You know what I mean? They just don't matter to me at all. And if they're in a camp and they've got something to defend and they're scared, then that's their fucking issue. You know, the truth is the most important thing to me, and that's all I'm interested in. It's objective. It's got nothing to do with me as a person. I don't want to be popular or famous or accepted or any of these fucking things. You know, I'm just going to persist to find truth, and look for as many people who are interested in truth as I can along the way. So,
right, you can have your autograph back, Dale.
Hey, by the way, that's selling for £100 on eBay.
Cancel the
I had to buy it off him as well. That's a cheap.
Right.
How much was it?
I'm just going to have a wee look at chat here. See what's happening. Where are we? Forget what. How you doing, man? Buddhists don't feel the need to debate the shape of the earth. That's the culture that they were born into. Again, you know, it's like we were talking about with the Eskimos and these people. You know, they're born into these things, and if it's a practice that suits somebody, then fine. But for me, it's just another substitution. I think, you know, some of these practices are good for internal works and you know, working on yourself, but you know, I'm not interested in that. For me, it's about what's the objective truth, what's out there. FEMA camp, ask mindfulness. Ask mindfulness what? Laughing my ass off, Glenn, your timing is perfect. Still these dramas going on. Synthetic dread. FEMA camp, go on and make your peace, man. These people are here and they've got claims to make. Let's have it. Let's understand the logic in the minds of these people and what they're actually trying to say and what they're up to. Mr. Deeds, this is the best conversation I've ever listened to. Thanks very much, man. Mindfulness, how you doing, man? I made them. He's talking about, I don't know what we're talking about here.
I'll fill you in on that if you like, Dole, because I'm scanning the chat while I'm being quiet. Yeah. Glenn's got some claim that he was sent emails by mindfulness, and that mindfulness is in support of you. What is the inference there, Glenn? What would be the problem with supporting the investigation towards truth?
It's this thing about, association and that everybody has to be the same. And just because, you do something with somebody else means that therefore you're part of this group or that group. And it's these illogical people like Glenn, who push this stuff, and when they're questioned for what they actually mean, what's their substance to what they're saying, they have fuck all. They have nothing. So
well, I'm still confused about what the relevance of any of this is. So, Glenn, I mean, you've been given lots of opportunity to come and speak your own piece here, and you don't seem to want to do it, but you want to sit in the chat and just disrupt otherwise constructive conversation. What's the gig, dude?
It's all this, battling with personalities. Like, I don't like him anymore, so I'm going to fucking me. It's like playground fucking crap. If I've got any substance to anything, come make your point. Shows the substance, shows the relevance that it has to this whole discussion, i.e. what's the shape of the earth we're living upon. Let's see the relevance, explain the logic. You've got the opportunity here, let's have it. If they don't take the opportunity, they continue to hide in the chat and play these fucking daft games, then people, you should be very, very clear and obvious that these people are here to play that game, and that's their goal. That's it. So again, even mindfulness is there as in offering to have the discussion. So at least somebody's got a backbone who wants to address any of these things and sort it out, because, these people are dropping names left, right and centre. So it's good to see people coming and willing to confront it. That's what we need to see more of. At the end of the day, if we all want that common ground, i.e., the objective truth, we need to start standing for that and start to stand up to these fuckers that are manipulating and playing amongst us.
Yeah, Nathan, I think, the idea is if somebody wants them, they can ask for themselves, you don't need to ask on their behalf.
And this is it, that they know they're challenged, because that on this platform here, it's not going to just be who can talk the loudest and who can call each other the smartest names, who's got the smartest comeback. I want substance, explain your logic, rational discussion, let's see it. But this is why they avoid it, because they know that they're not going to get away with it.
Well, hang on, Dale, I'm at the bottom of chat here. Apparently, I must have missed this, Nathan. I'm sorry, dude. They both asked for the link. I can fire it to mindfulness if you want me to.
Aye, of course. If any of them want the link, they're welcome to it. Just send it.
Well, it's easier for me just to send it to Mindful, and he can forward it from there. That's cool, isn't it? Okay, dude, it's in the Gmail thing.
Yeah. So, Ali, I appreciate you coming on, man. And obviously, you can see these games being played, and I'm just going to be upfront with you. I'll just address it every time. You can go back and look at any of my content, mate. There's absolutely nothing in it that's illogical or any false claims that any of these people try and say that you've done.
Yeah. Okay. Excuse me, though. Mindful. If you check your the Gmail link, it's sent it to you there, mate. So you can forward it to Sean from that. Yeah. Now that apparently Glenn wants to go and do it on another channel. Well, dude, it's here now. It's here and now. The offer's there. So
yeah, boys, he makes the effort to come here, and then, you know, says all these things, and then doesn't want to take part on the live cam, but wants to take it somewhere where he's not get any comeback. He's not get people there that can defend themselves and actually articulate their points or have their say. They need to slant it, so, you know, they shut it off so it's just them, you know, and this is their method. Patricia, logic and rational discussion, proof, that's what we are here for. We have been lied to about the shape of where we live. Thanks for pointing this out there. Well, that's it. This is what the whole fucking point is. That's why I'm involved in this. You know? Sorry, was somebody going to...
I think you're... I get the feeling you're an honest guy, and you're a genuine person, so you don't have to worry about me, Dale. I think you know, I like your videos. I like the way that you put certain things across. I did have one issue with your idea of morality. Who's, you know, I think that was the only thing that me and my friend actually discussed, was that. And I think, you know, we know what is good and what is bad, but some people, maybe, as we talked about, maybe through the education or...
But, you know, that's me. You know, I have a sense of good and right and wrong for me, but at the same time, I've also got to be aware that there's these other minds that exist that don't operate like that. So what place have I got to then judge them or control them? What place have they got to judge me or control me? Or, you know, it's these issues. It's like you know, who's got the right to just suppress and control another? You know, that's where I have a problem. But, you know, as far as morality, I have morals, and I, you know, I hold dear these types of values and stuff. That's who I am. But that's all.
Integrity, I would say.
Yeah. Nice one. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it wasn't I was disagreeing, or it was an interesting.
No, I'm going to say your link just now.
And I have been down that road myself, but in the end, at the basic core of consciousness, we are all the same. We know if we see a pain being put upon another person, we know that is not right, because we've got that empathy. You know, we empathise, and the problem is, I think we're losing the empathy or the understanding that, you know, we are not all the same, but you understand that our core consciousness, our morals are like, you know, it's like logic. You know.
Don't you think that's because as a society we're becoming more narcissistic?
Yeah.
Narcissistic society, which we've been sort of conditioned into be more selfish and to get for ourselves rather than being altruistic.
That stems to me from the globe, you know, accidental chance, survival of the fittest, take what you can, you know, look at nature, that's the way it is, that's the way we can be. Well, no, we have this different mechanism. We have the ability to choose. You know, we can have it whatever way we like. It's just a matter of, you know, people who really want something to happen, uniting for the common goal, like what we're talking about just now, and pushing for that. As I said before, these manipulators, they work together. They work in unity to get shit done. We can't even work in unity for a common goal. You know what I mean? So they're winning right away from the off, because we can't sort out a fucking common ground.
I think a sense of injustice gels people together. And we can all see a sense of injustice with being lied to about the shape of where we live. So people should be united on that lie and that sense of injustice, and teach children a lie.
Yeah, it's as if there's something wrong with it, critical. You know, actually questioning what we've been told. It's not we're trying to be, oh, I'm right and we're right in that as well. No, there's something not right here. What I'm learning now as an adult, you know, I'm learning things now that I should have got taught as a kid.
Yes. I've seen a good quote, Ali. It said, we've been so dumbed down as a society that we call every critical thinker a conspiracy theorist.
There you are. And isn't that so, I mean, you know, isn't that so true that that is that, and I've experienced, and everybody that, you know, has questions anything to someone that actually holds the answers or pertain to be educated in the subject. If you ask a question, they just straight away look at you as if you're stupid. And that's conditioning. They've had that conditioning. A quick story here. My friend, when I was living in London, my friend, he was, he was well educated. He decided he wanted to become an architect. And after 2 months, he came to me, Alan, do you know what they're doing there at this school? He says, they're teaching me to think that I'm better than anybody else, and he just quit it because of that. It was more, he was getting educated how special he was, rather than concentrating on the education, right? And that's what I think they're doing. That they're doing this selective, making you feel uber important and instilling in this arrogance. And anybody that even asks you a question straight away, they're going to that standard attack.
Yes, they're being bred to run things, and we've been bred to operate things.
Yeah.
If you watch, there's a great thing. There was a great thing on there. If you go to the World Economic Forum, you should listen to this, because people, well, anyway, but at the World Economic Forum, there was a presentation called "Our Future World Leaders," and there was kids on there at 18 and 19-year-old. Which, what you were saying there, John, these people are being selected and selectively educated.
Absolutely.
To become
profiled. We spoke about that as well.
They're bred for that, yeah.
Yeah, there might be natural ones who can be profiled and identified, and there's also the option of a program in order to form a mind in that certain way to get that kind of characteristic and trait.
Well, yeah, exactly. Here's a prime example, and people can say it's a conspiracy theory, right? But here I've seen another presentation by these experts, and there's this one guy that was on there. Now, they put out in the last election, not that one with Trump boy, the one before, and they put out into 60 million Facebook readers, and the guy said, if you logged on the day of the vote, and you read or this, he said, we actually influenced people. Now that was 60 million people, and they were given access by Facebook. That ain't no conspiracy. That was straight from it was like, I think they're involved in social engineering, and I'll find the link. But these things, right, the thing is, people are not willing to watch 2-hour lectures on the majority of people on quantum physics, or the social aspect of education and society, or whatever. One of the people straight away, they see 2 hours or 2.5 hours, and they switch off straight away. And this is
Coronation Street's only on for 30 minutes. Come on.
Even at that, even in the whole fucking truth new agey thing, people spout as if they had an understanding of these quantum theories and ideas as if it's some sort of valid truth, and none of it did. It's just buzzwords and sound bites to make people seem smart and intelligent. And you were talking about that. People have this guru type mind sold to them, that everybody has to be a guru, all knowing and all wise, and nothing can be questioned because everything's figured out. We are the cutting edge, super superior intelligence.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a total false sense of anything. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again with this chat that's going on at the side. Are any of these people going to come on and say their case, or is it, have we established that it's clear as day that these people are just full of waffle?
Can I just say something, Dale? Sorry, it's like it's quite intimidating, or it can be quite intimidating to come. I mean, I was on a panel last night with 8 people that just wanted to attack me and rip me to pieces, but I never bit once or whatever. But it's very intimidating, and I can understand the people they want to stay and chat, but they're frightened of coming on and making fools. And I just like to say, don't be frightened of coming on, man. You're going to grow, and you can tune your argument if you want by discussion. You won't be tuning and talking to people with the same opinion. I think that's
okay. I think that's okay, Ali, if they were genuine people with a genuine argument. But if they haven't got a genuine argument and they're just here to disrupt, then they're not going to want to come on and be confident.
Well, that's correct. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
That's not a criticism. It's just what I've been noticing for some time now. That I mean, if I was genuine and I disagreed with you, then I'd want to come on, because, like you said, I'd want to learn, and I'd want to have my thoughts and beliefs respectfully challenged, and try to learn more and move on.
That's all. It's all about respect.
Yeah, why would I be scared of that unless I was insecure?
That's it. Unless you were pushing nonsense and you knew you were pushing nonsense, and that's the problem. And that's why, I'm not scared of any confrontation with any sort of truth. So they can say whatever they want, but the platform will always be open for them to come face to face, and have it out. But, it tells you a lot when they don't do that, So.
Yeah, I make a point. If I'm wrong, it's like I've got a thing, but to criticise other people, you have to set certain standards and live by them. And I made a point years ago. If I was ever wrong and I found out I was wrong, I would actually make a point, and the next time that I seen the person, I would apologise. It could be 2 months, 3 months later, because when if I'm having a discussion with someone and I believe I'm right and they're right, and then I find out that the person is right now, I will make a point of doing that, and it's quite. It holds, it's like practice makes perfect kind of thing. So if you do that all the time, eventually it becomes natural.
Yeah, it's also a sign of integrity, Ali, and honesty. And I think me and Del was having this conversation the other day there about having to be honest with yourself, because I'm sure you feel the same, Ali. Me and Del were saying, well, we don't want to be following a lie, do we? So I want to be honest with myself and open to saying that I got it wrong, or saying, all right, I see your point, I'll go away and think about that, and then come back to you and say, oh, yes, I was wrong there, and you were right, but thanks for pointing that out to me. And it's not about winning or losing. It's about being honest with yourself and not wanting to follow a lie.
And there lieth the problem. People think it's a competition.
Yes.
And they want to win. It's all about this winning. This competition thing's been put, it's been implanted that it's.
And that's the ego, isn't it? That's their ego, rather than wanting to have fundamental truth to know what's going on.
You've got this Jim Panda here saying that we sit in the jerk circle. These guys were invited in and they spoke over the top. They constantly butted in. They took over the fucking hangout, and you talk about intellectual dishonesty. When we're discussing bodies of water and how they behave, they're trying to talk about ships and how a ship moves over a body of water, and all these illogical arguments and claims, and that was total intellectual dishonesty. Now that's how it turns into that kind of thing, because we can have open discussion because we're open-minded to look at proofs, and accept the proofs for what they are. And if we want to refute anything, we can refute it with discussion and showing with proofs. But these guys showed absolutely nothing. But you still get them sitting here claiming that it's a circle jerk or whatever, when the platform's open to be challenged by anybody,
Yep.
So this is what I'm saying. They just say these things and hope that if they continue to say them, people will eventually believe it,
Repeat,
But when people are looking at the content, the truth's there. So.
And unfortunately, people are not really looking at the content. They're just bringing their bias into it, and it's not disheartening, but I find it sad. Not sad as in stupid, but sad as in emotionally. It's not sad. It's kind of like what's going on here. What is it? Why is it that they're not open to?
Because they've got an agenda. Whatever their agenda is, whether it's an insecure one, whether it's a forced agenda for some other, some people might be carrying out, tasks, and they don't know what the full game is. They're just, as I say, sociopathic type. They might be criminals who, have been given the option of time or, carry out these tasks. It could be anything. But, if I'm looking at it and it's constant illogical crap, and they continue to keep doing it, then, as I say, for me, stupidity only goes for so long. After that, I need to start looking at, what their other motives might be, other than just being stupid.
or they just want to be contrary.
Yeah.
That's it. Like what you said, they're being dishonest, they're being intellectual, and they just want to cause. It's not even discussion, man. It'd be okay if it was a discussion we're trying to get off, but they're not. They're just, and they're catching a lot of people in this. And as you said, which you have pointed out, now they're grouping off into.
Well, you say that people like drama, people like EastEnders, they like Coronation Street, they like the good guy, the bad guy, the lovable auntie, the rogue uncle, the cool teenage type guy, so you've got all these characters that play these roles, and as a soap opera, they spew nothing but illogical crap. That they're not trying to give people critical thought or understand the situation that we're in, how the mind's working, how manipulation's working. They're just playing these characters.
And I suppose, Dale, that's why Ali was saying about a 2-hour long program. People's attention spans are becoming shortened, and if it hasn't got extensive drama in it, then they're not going to hold their attention. They need escapism, drama.
That's why I do it. I do these call-out things, because at the end of the day, you're trying to play a wee bit on that. But the difference for me is that if people want that wee bit of drama and a bit of confrontation, then fine, I can provide that. But because I'm always going to keep pushing the truth, my motive is always to give people critical thinking skills, to try and work through, to have discussions, to understand what's happening. My motive is never to control or manipulate MD for my own needs or do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I said that at the beginning. Look, understand people, understand the methods of control that are being used, and then employ the same tools. We can use these tools to bring people what we want, rather than keeping them in ignorance.
Dale, Martin Parry's got something quite urgent to say. He's asking for the link. Should I fire it on to him? Martin.
Aye, cool. Aye.
Okay, dude.
We'll get more soap opera accusations in chat. Yawn, stick to the shape of the earth. Yeah, but if that's what I'm saying. Let's have it out with this drama accusations. Let's hear them on camera. What the accusations are, what relevance it has, and what point you're trying to make. Let's have it. Stop fucking sitting in chat making stupid fucking claims and nonsense emotional drama. Come and explain what your whole thing is about.
Yeah, but maybe unfortunately I think they're just frightened of getting caught out. It's easier to type, to stick in and to type rather than actually come in and do it in real time, getting asked questions, and people then are they're putting themselves out there for people to critically analyse, and most of the people that come on with their argument, that it falls down after about 5 minutes. You just ask one question, and people are in, they know that they haven't got the science doesn't back them up, and that's on my mission. That's why I like to read the papers, about quantum theory and stuff like that, and watch videos and read papers, so that I can discuss. Right, okay, you believe this, but did you know this? This is what people believe in the ball, right, or whatever they're believing. They believe in the theoretical astrophysics or whatever, but they don't actually.
But that's the point, Ali. For me, you take it a step back. Even belief, I would encourage people. I'm no anti-battle with beliefs, because beliefs are fucking mind viruses. They're not rooted in anything real whatsoever. So it's absolutely pointless for people even to have these battles about beliefs, because it's just one lunatic battling with another lunatic to argue about whose delusions are true.
And if you put it down to the base root, a belief is a theory, which is a thought, which is thinking. So belief is only a thought, and so people are fighting and arguing and going to war over a thought.
That's ridiculous when you put it, when you actually. But see, that's basically what it is. But you would get people coming, trying to argue against that and be more precise and go into deeper into that. But that's basically what's happening. There is no need to explain any further, John. about that subject. You explained it in the shortest possible way. And the shortest possible way is always the best.
Yeah,
it's like science, isn't it?
I quite agree with you. That's why I like some philosophical sayings, because it's quite poetic in how short and how exact and how true it is, and you don't need any more to explain the reality of the situation. But a belief, surely that's an ideology. it's a thought. You're thinking.
Yeah.
You've adopted a thought of somebody else's secondary information. So it's a thought. That's all it is.
People need to understand, my understanding, the definition of belief, and my understanding is, a belief in something, especially something that doesn't have any proof. So when I hear the word belief, I just instantly think, well, this is somebody's subjective fucking imagination.
So right, absolutely right. Because to come to truth, you don't need a belief.
No.
Once you see the fact, you don't need any belief.
That's the whole point. I'm involved in this is understanding. Look, we've been told a lie about our objective reality. So we need to discover the objective reality. It doesn't require.
If Ali there is the only one that's seen a cow, and he's telling us cow's got 4 legs.
Yeah.
If I believe Ali and you don't, that's me that's got a belief. But if I take you and show you a cow in the field, show you the fact, we can both observational view that this cow has 4 legs. That's a fact. So I don't need a belief anymore. I can see the fact, the reality of the situation through observation.
Yeah.
Everybody in the world can confirm that observation unless the cow's deformed. The majority of cows have 4 legs.
Belief should be discouraged altogether, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
It's a mechanism.
It divides and it's division. Yeah. It's divisive and it leads to conflict, which eventually leads to war. So, if you didn't have a religion, you'd have nothing to defend. Well, you'd have less to defend.
Yeah.
And like we were speaking yesterday, Dale, that when I meet you, or I'm Catholic, you're Protestant, or I'm Jewish, I'm Muslim, immediate division. There's no coming together. It's these labels, these thoughts, these theories.
Yeah,
shelve them. Yeah.
Only the division only happens when it's people who come together who identify with the labels.
Yes.
I can go into any of these people's company, and it doesn't matter who's in front of me: Muslim, Jew, the Queen, the fucking King, the Prime Minister. I couldn't give a fuck. I just deal with people as I meet them. There and then, the being that I'm interacting with, know what they look like, what their skin colour is, how much wealth they've got. None of that matters to me.
And here's me. I thought you had royal blood too. Jesus, you lied to me, Bill.
I've got Austrian blood.
Royalty. Okay, it was your fault we're in this fucking state then. It's your ancestors, man. It's your fault.
Hitler offspring.
Yeah, that's it. Dale's the Illuminati, man. It's ridiculous, man. Fast sakes, man.
I've got the symbols and the tattoos. Never mind what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's just amazing how easily people are actually convinced, and it's maybe because of what we're talking about, the want of drama, and that's why they're willing to believe.
Yeah.
Some of the most absurd things or bad character.
The bigger drama, the more exciting drama is the lie of the globe. I mean, that should be a big enough drama if they actually contemplated it. There is no bigger drama. This petty nonsense is the same old fucking emotional games that have been going on that I've seen my whole life. It's no different. It's nothing exciting. It's fucking boring now. It's more exciting to me the drama of, worldwide realization that it's not a fucking globe. What's out there? Is there other life? Is there an alien life to us? Is that, what is there? That's a bigger drama, a more exciting drama, than fucking, I want to be more popular than you. Fucking boring, yawn. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as I said, it's all about the status, people. And I think that I think one of the biggest problems is we've actually lost the curiosity. Scientists have taken over. They've taken away our curiosity to discover, and they've snaffled that. And we've just been, we are now just sitting there with mouths open, listening to these fools, and I'll say fools, and I'm going to go back into that flat Earth debate, and I'm going to make some extravagant claims, but I'm going to back them up because these people really they don't know actually what they're meant to believe. They don't actually know what they're believing, precisely what they're believing in. they admit it's spinning or whatever. But for this, all this that we are told in science, for it to happen, it's impossible. It takes the most, the greatest imagination to actually believe half the crap or 3/4 of the crap that science is. There's no consensus in science. They're all split up. You know, you've got the guy that co-authored the inflation. You know, the inflation. You know, we had a big bang, and then suddenly this magic after a millionth of a second or whatever. After the big bang, there was this sudden inflation that was created. Well, the guy that co-wrote that, one of the 5 people back, a guy called Paul Steinhardt. I think he teaches at Caltech or something, and he actually came out and he admitted, and I mean, he co-wrote this and said there's huge problems with this inflationary period. It does not work. And when he started, right, 1 second, when he started talking, when he said that, I thought, all right, he's going to promote something. And sure enough, half an hour later, he's talking about the bouncing. They've got a bouncing theory now.
This is it, with all that shite. It's like, I don't even discuss the Big Bang. What's the crux of their claim? What is the crux of their claim? Show me a practical example of that. Can you show me it? Fuck off.
Yeah, man. Something got a nothing. One little wank, innit? Oh.
Sorry, who's that? Sorry, what's happening?
Something got a nothing. Yeah, I know.
Aye. You know, I always get to the crux of what their claim actually is. You know, never mind their big elaborate fucking stories. You know, what is your actual claim? The scientific claim. Show me it. Recreate it. Show me a practical example, whatever it is. You know, long-winded stories and equations and fucking priests. It doesn't count. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I tell you what, Ancient Kabbalah got a version of what happened with creation, and it talks about before. Now, they don't talk Big Bang, but it's an era where consciousness is just existing on its own, and it needs like a creation to, and it's beyond fucking a joke. The different concepts, the reality has come out with to define the realm we live in. And I tell you what, it's fucking exciting, right? I've got to be honest. Are you killing it tonight, brother? I'm loving every second of this. Much respect.
Here's mate. So,
respect.
Here's bud. So, Marshall was saying you had something to say. You had something.
Yeah, right. Well, what we're doing here, right? You want to stop this distraction and people thinking about all the bullshit, right? Well, it's constant attack, right? I'm getting a lot of shit and a lot of heat, and I'm getting a lot of bollocks. Like anything that goes on, I'm getting blame. No.
Sorry for butting in, Martin. Martin, you're breaking up really badly, mate.
No fucking way. All right, let me come back and kill this and start again. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I want to do this.
Hey, bother, mate. It's just you're breaking up really badly. It's hard to hear what you're saying. So, if you've got a good point to make, I'd rather you had some kind of clear voice.
It does sound like he's got something valid to say.
Just that it's crackling. I don't know if everybody else could hear that, but
I linked it in the group chat, dude. He's got a bad connection or a bad mic or something. Glenn, what are you still doing here, man? You've got an open invitation to come on here and sort this out. You don't want to do that. You want to sit in the chat, just trying to disrupt things. And you know, everybody here can see what you're doing. Everybody here can hear me giving you the invitation yet again. And what? This not going to work for you, mate, is it?
Well, here I can look at a statement here, so it doesn't really matter what new stuff comes up. It's never going to go viral. You know, this detraction, this constant trying to play things down and put people down and dishearten people. It's just don't let these methods distract you. At the end of the day, like everything else, it only takes a couple of generations for their brainwashing tactics to work, and the same's true for this. Our kids, tell them the truth, give them critical thought, they're going to pass that on, it's going to start to spread. So, morons like this who try and cut it and dishearten it, don't let it affect you,
Yeah, right on, mate. That's what it is. It's the attacks. I think people don't like when you get attacked over. And people are becoming more and more frightened to actually express their actual opinions for fear of ridicule.
Yeah.
And
it's that as well, you know. It's because, you know, they understand that people like us, you know, we do want this to spread, because deep down, you know, we really know that the more people that become aware of it, the better chance we all have of finding the real truth. So you get these constant statements of, you know, disheartening tactics. It's never going to go viral. It's too much of a hill to climb. It's, you know, it's a defeatist attitude, you know, for to adopt. As I say, we might as well just pack everything up and forget about it. You know, pick your delusion and just go on with it. You know, it's not going to happen. You know, these people can try it all they like. You know, I'm not going to give up.
No, neither am I. I'm teaching my kids anyway. I told my daughter when she was 8 years old, I says, look, I says, I can't tell you. Nobody has the right to tell you what to do. I says, I have no right to tell you what to do. All I can do is I'm your father. The only argument I've got is I'm your father. I love you. I care what happens to you. That is the only reason I can give you advice. Now, what you do with that advice is totally up to you now. And she's 12. Well, she's 13 now, and she'll be a leader. You know, people, because she's learned to make her own arguments and to you know, express herself, because she's confident enough in herself to. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Just say your piece. It's through ignorance that people attack you. Through lack of understanding that people are going to attack you.
Yeah.
And that's. I mean, that's what I'm teaching my kid, my daughter and my son. I mean, I've been teaching them, you know, since they were kids, that, you know, if you've got a question at school, put your hand up and don't be frightened of asking a question. And if your teacher disrespects you, inform them, and I will back you up 100%. As long as you show respect to your teacher teacher has to show you respect back. But if I'll back you up.
But no, if the teacher's fucking spewing nonsense at them, you know, that's not to be respected whatsoever. You know, it's you know, for me, it's like I try and say to my kids, look, I don't want my kids to have to ponder all this fucking shit that I've had to ponder. You know, I agree, as I spoke to John about, you know, there's a lot to be said for no having to think and ponder all this stuff. I look at my kids and they want, you know, structure for their creativity, for their outlets, for their dancing. You know, they want to just keep progressing and having new activity and new stuff to stimulate them. You know, as long as they can think critically. But I don't want them to have to ponder all this shit that I've had to ponder and that we have to ponder. You know, that for me is not what it has to be about. Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's a good way of putting it. I never actually thought about that, but that's true, that, because we should be, our children, we should be preparing them so they don't have to. Now, you see, I've got to be careful what I say here. They don't have to ponder what you said there. These problems, you know, but we should be preparing them. So, well, what you said. So they don't have to do this, because their brains have to grow and flourish and discover new things, and they won't discover new things if they're sitting pondering whether the earth is flat, or are we getting manipulated, is the Illuminati, is vaccines good for us? All these questions, that's our job to do. And because we've been, for some reason, we've come along at this time, and I mean, everybody that's curious about anything, we have, you know, happen to come along at the same time, and it's for us to instill the curiosity back into our children and not appealing to authority, or just because someone's got a stethoscope round their neck doesn't make them any better a person or any more qualified opinions. You know,
it's dealing with all these fallacies and mind viruses, like you're saying, you know, authority and you know, all these cultural sayings and constrictions and controls. You know, that's what I try and shield my kids from, you know, and as I say, being aware of the reality that they're in, and no wrapping them in cotton wool, you know, being honest with them, but having the ability to speak to them logically about what's going on and the observations that's happening in the reality. I don't have any pretenses with them. You know, I don't kid them on about anything. So, you know, and as I say, you know, they're the generations that can start, you know, their kids, and that will spread. So, You know, these detractors, you know, fuck them. You know,
yeah, and
it's
these have got kids. These people have got kids, and they seem to have bought this. I mean, it's when you actually start looking into actually what system we are actually living in at the moment, and these people they're not, and they're actually they're abusing their children, but not at least encouraging them to think and disagree and debate. And you know, it's
school's never been that. It's fucking sit there, don't open your mouth, and you know, listen.
Unless you go to a private school, Dale, then you get taught rhetoric, debate.
Well, that's it. You know, the liberal
theology, history, the whole works. They get the quadrivium, I think it's called.
The liberal arts. It's the liberal arts, mate.
Yep, that's exactly it. That's it.
I done a wee video on the trivium. Yeah, and there's one in my folder thing there that's about the trivium.
Oh, okay, I'll look that out. I'll check that out because yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's you know, I explained it that I came to that myself through my own pondering, my own thought. But then, you know, when somebody had pointed it out to me, you know, identified, went, oh fuck, this is actually a recognised form of, you know, thinking, understanding, communication. So it's obvious that the elites and the privileged would be taught this stuff, but us, you know, we don't get that. You know, we just get told repetition, believe what you're fucking told, don't question, sit there and don't fidget. You know?
But these leaders that we've got at the moment, what John was saying there, these people are designed, you know, they're taught to be world leaders. They're abused children, man. They're damaged people because of the system.
We're all abused. We're all abused children.
But if I can interject there, Ali, but that's how they control them as well, because they deliberately expose them to being abused, so they continue that, so they can be bribed and controlled.
Yeah, and every one of us is under this abuse. It's psychological abuse.
Yes, absolutely.
You're being lied to about where you live and who you are, and you know, any natural true history that we have, you know, any connection with that's been severed. So you know, that is abuse. So every one of us, even these people that think they're privileged, you know, the majority of them will be getting told the lie as well.
Exactly. You know? And there's a few there as well, Dale. I mean, there's a few that know. All right, Martin. Sorry, I'll just finish. There's a few people there that actually know that you know, it's a lie and they're participating in it, and they're the psychos. And I think there's actually more of them that know than because you know we're thinkers. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. You know, if you're in the club, you're in the club, and they've probably got a way of identifying. I've spoken about this before. As you know, empathetic people and certain personalities, I can recognise them, and they have the ability to recognise me. I have the ability to recognise manipulative, psychopathic type people. So you can bet your ass that they can recognise each other. You know,
it
makes sense that they're going to stick together and work together for whatever their common purpose is. So. It's not hard to understand and conceive of these things, you know. And as I say, you know, through these secret societies, or you know, Oxfords, you know, the fraternities and stuff, they can profile and identify certain characteristics. You know, oh, he's displaying the right sociopathic tendencies or whatever. So therefore, he can be used for this role, and he can be manipulated here. You know, that's it.
They're headhunted, Dale. They're headhunted. My friend, his mate was what do you call it? He was studying economy, you know, financial economy or whatever. And he actually, at 21, he actually got, before he'd actually finished, he got headhunted by the MI5.
Right.
But not as a spy, but on the financial side of it. And my friend asked him, my friend asked, it was his friend, you know, it's his friend. So it's, you know, it's hearsay. But my friend asked him, he said, well, did you take the job or not? And he says, I can't tell you.
Well,
you know,
and you know, that's a perfect example. The military, I mean, you know, you have to be able to profile and identify, like, you know, a sniper as somebody really capable of shooting somebody else dead. You have to be able to profile that. You have to be able to identify that, you know, and use it for whatever purposes. So, you know,
well, it's not natural to kill people, so you're having to go against the.
To you, it's not natural to kill people.
To a narcissist or somebody psychotic.
Yeah, but they're not natural people, though. You see,
how do you, well, that's I disagree. You know, this is a grey area here. You know, they're no natural people. We are natural people. I don't have any, you know, proof of any of that. That's just, you know, that to be honest with you, that's just your opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're all socially conditioned to either side of that or the middle of that.
Yeah.
We're all susceptible to social conditioning.
Yeah. You know, just to label, you know, and say, well, a psychopath doesn't have any right to exist. You know, that's I can't make that decision.
Oh, I couldn't either.
Or you might be one yourself.
That's it. You know, that exactly.
Who is to judge? Who has the right to judge another? Yeah. But I'm, you know, and I'm not. I would never say that everybody's got a right to exist. Everybody's got a right to exist. It's not for another.
It's a matter of trying to understand, and that's what I'm about, rather than just labelling and go, I don't like that, you know, and run away from it. I would rather try to understand what the fuck was happening.
Can I just come in here, please, at the second, please, Dal? Can you hear me okay now? Hi, brother. Can you hear me okay now?
Ah, you're clear on there, mate.
Yeah, man, I had to shut shit off. Anyway, now, what you just said is my point to the whole thing, right? Is we're all here existing together at the same time. Now, to me, that's significant. Like, because we, you know, I thought about it yesterday when they said George Michael died. I was like, well, I don't know whether to believe it, but still, he's somebody that's been taken out of our reality. It's not here anymore. We're all alive and we're sharing a consciousness. To me, right, that we all should be on an equal level with this. Now, what I'm experiencing, now, I'm a big believer in the memory of water. And when you say shitty, bad things at people, I believe that sort of, you know, bad intent will affect people. It causes illness, it causes sorrow, it causes disharmony. Now, we are made mostly of water, a bit of carbon chucked in, as you know, but this shit is real. I've looked into it and it affects people. Now, that's what my point is.
But, you know, but what about kids who are born with fucking cancers and all these kind of things, you know?
Right, now this shit doesn't exist in the fucking, in like indigenous populations, though, you'll find, Del. Only in Western society. Have a look into how many kids in, say, Rwanda, or just check a country out there, will have these type of cancers and leukemias. It just seems to be, there might be something to do with, I'm not suggesting the poisoning, but this shit won about years ago, Dal, these cancers. When I was a kid, I didn't know that many people ever died of it. It only seems to be in the last 20 odd years. Now they're telling us 1 in 3 of us. There's a bit of fucking conditioning, like they did with AIDS fucking leaflets coming through the door. I mean, that shit affected my life. I mean, when that all turned up, we were like, oh shit. So should have used the condom there. She was a dirty bit. Everyone was fucking worried, sick out of their minds, whether they contracted AIDS or not. Now, this, like, and then you had a 20-year period. It's like, oh, is she going to be all right? All right, she went with him though, and he wanted to go. You had this psychology going on where, and it's a fucking non-reality. I've been since that period, right? And I've been fucking involved in the scene, so to speak. I've never known anyone or seen anyone or known anyone or known anyone. It's just a ridiculous notion. They say this about Glasgow, don't they? They made that like a point of interest with AIDS and saying that a large part of the population had fucking AIDS.
That was Edinburgh, Martin.
Oh, Edinburgh. Yeah, did they? Yeah. Did they though? Is that a fucking reality?
That was the AIDS capital of Europe when it first all started in a place called Leith. But that was to do with heroin addicts sharing needles and stuff like that. That's how
that would do it. That would do it. But sorry.
I'm not sure of the point that's being made here.
No, I'll go back to my original point. Now, why I'm here on a personal level is a couple of people like who want to come into the show now, Mindlessness and Vancouver, who's freaking out on my ass for God knows what reason, are spreading spew and bad intent in the respect of mindfulness. Says that he has images of me and Patricia, Patricia's supposed to be you know, scantily dressed in lingerie, laying on a bed, having a Skype conversation with me, right?
Right.
Bear in mind, this has happened in a parallel universe. Bear in mind this for a second. Now, which is why I don't give a fuck why I'm talking now. So he's saying that he's hacked my Skype and he's recorded this shit. No, I can't fucking wait to see that.
But Martin,
and he's trying to get on here and talk about it, which is what you want to do. People bring it on the table, talk about this shit they make up.
Let's understand something a wee minute, right? So even if somebody's got a fucking recorded Skype you know,
Every fuck, he's a nutter.
well, you know, even if he did, what fucking relevance is that to anything?
Well, you said if anyone got any fucking points to do with chivalry or anything or bullshit, bring it to the table and we'll talk about it. Well, that's what I'm doing now. It's
And what
fucking put me over. I'm bringing them to the fucking table. Bring it out. Let's have a look at your bullshit. See you fucking call them out. Call the cunts out. That's what we're doing, ain't we?
that's it, you know, and while they're, you know, providing these other proofs as they have, they need to explain.
Yeah, well, they're just distracting constantly, brother.
So
Yeah.
they
Sorry,
need,
I just got my hair off of them.
they need to explain, you know, what relevance it has to the situation, what you know, what it is they're actually providing, what information it is they're trying to give us.
Where's the NASA hack then? Fucking NASA proof or some bullshit. It's fucking people, personal bollocks. That's my head in. I just want to punch him in the fucking throat.
Hang on, because this FEMA camp boy, this Vancouver's here, you know.
Yeah.
You know,
Then fucking psycho thinks I blocked his ass last night. Did I fuck?
hang on. Mindfulness. I've sent the link on Skype. There should be a link in Skype.
Gosh, this can.
So. Well, let's, you know, Martin, you know, it starts to irritate me when everybody starts talking over the top.
Oh, sorry, brother. I'll just quiet now. I was just making a point of.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to point people out, Martin, but I don't think the vulgar language and the abuse is helping anything, though.
Oh, I'm right then. Whatever. It's just making me fucking pissed off. I'm sorry, mate, but like everyone else is fucking cursing.
We're just becoming like them if we do that.
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah, no, you're right. You know, you're right. You are in that respect. You are right. Yeah.
Cheers,
okay,
man.
I get that. Yeah, it's true. I'm bad intenting then, ain't I? Because
no. I welcome your input, Martin, but I think if
I know. I'm just being defensive, brother. That's all it is. You know what?
If we resort to abuse, we just become like them.
Yeah. All right. You're fucking awesome. True. Thanks, bro.
Well, this is it, Martin. You know, we talk about these things, and then, you know, people start displaying the exact same characteristics and tactics. You know, we need to.
I know. All right. Yeah. Point taken. But it still pisses me off, though.
But you know, we can deal with it in the way we're dealing with it, and give them the option to, you know, show the proofs.
Yes, please.
So, and if they don't offer any proofs, then everybody knows that they're just talking shit, and that you just ignore
and
these.
And then they go fuck off under the stone again. Yeah.
We can have dramas and discussions between us, healthy discussions, you know. So it's there. They can have it. I've sent it on Skype again.
Fucking 2 centuries ago, brother.
I've also said, Sean, I've sent you the link in the Gmail thing down the side. If you pick it up from there, I've just been there for an hour.
I had to go into, sorry, Teen. I had to go into chat. I had to actually type your name into chat, and then it came up. Then I used Google Chat to get the link. Yeah, it didn't come up in my Gmail.
Right. Okay. Maybe I'll clear it.
Yeah, I did the same. I did the same, brother. Yeah.
Well, that's my mistake, dude. I need to nominate that it's in the Google Chat box, Sean, not in the Gmail.
Sean, sorry.
Yeah, because I've done that to all of you. I've sent it through the chat box.
So this is a good exercise, you know, for showing this type of thing. You know, I'm always going to do this. You know, platforms always going to be open.
Thanks, Dom.
You know, and you just need to start calling it out. We don't need to get emotionally charged and go to their level. You know, Mark, we can do this and offer them. You know, just ask them. You know, what relevance does it go? You know, I put that video up about the triple filter test. You know, it's a great wee tool for understanding what I'm saying. You know, what are they offering? What does it add to the situation? You know. And what point are they trying to make? It'll become very clear that the only point that they're making is propagandizing against personalities. That's it. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Is that on your channel, Dale? Sorry, mate. Is that on your channel, that video you made, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
There's a guy that posted one of your videos, Dale, and it's got a hell of a lot of views. Like, you know, thousands. I don't know his name, though. Just a couple of numbers like NNJ or something like that. Have you seen it?
Not sure, mate. I've seen a couple.
Yeah, the one in the back garden early on when you had a good debate. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, and he posted that, and I was like, wow. It's like I think it was like 7,000 or something. Honestly, We've thousands, only. But not on your channel though.
No.
It's on the recommendations, yeah.
I noticed that certain ones get mirrored by certain people. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, we Davey, you know, Antarctic Warrior, he mirrors stuff, and you know, it gets loads of views there as well. So there's, you know, there's a few channels like that. I've noticed a few, but it's hard to keep up with all the channels that's there, and you know, you would spend forever.
I never seen it before, mate. I didn't, because there's so many, like you say. You got swamped with them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it's great, you know, when you know, people want to share the truth. I love that shit.
And me. I wanted to have the new year now, Del Boy, right? This is awesome what you're doing here. I do really appreciate it, because I've been like basically mentally screaming out for someone like you. Now, yeah, what you're doing is fucking awesome. So we could go into the new year now and stop all this hating, because it's just so detracting, and focus on the goal at hand.
That's it. That's it. You know, people need to just understand that when there's a drama happening, and it's about personalities, you know, quickly understand that there's no substance in it. You know.
No, and we're real people with real feelings, by the way.
That's it. You know, people forget that, because you know they try and treat it as this is an entertainment program. You know, and I've always encouraged people to try and not be emotionally invested in it, because
I know you have. You're like a soldier. You sort of keep your emotion. You got to, Del. You got to, bruv. It's like, I know you're a loving dude, man. I've seen you with your kids and your babies. You're fucking awesome. But, you know, you've got to detrap, bruv, because you're in a world of pain otherwise, and that'd be just done, wouldn't it? How are you going to get on then, eh?
No. It's you know, it's hard enough for people to show their true colours in a one-to-one, you know, real life situation, never mind through, you know, a media like this. You know, people can paint themselves in any way that they want and blind people with personality and, you know, falsities. So, you know, people need.
Well, I'm you. I swear to God, right? I don't give a flying fuck. I haven't got nothing to hide. I've always worn my heart on my sleeve. You know, I'm not perfect on my journey here. I've messed up a few times, but one thing I have done is like I've kept in the light and kept my eye on the prize and get my eye on what we're here for. To me, this is massive. To me, because I know it's not a ball. We all do. And like you said earlier, whatever could it be? It could be in a Klein bottle, as Tears presented to me, which blew my mind. I got to be honest, because it worked so well. And it could be just anything. Something intrigues me is I heard. I know Matt Poland could be full of it, but he said when he was at a table with a load of NASA dudes talking, one of them come out with, if the people found out its true shape, they would be very alarmed. And I think, well, is that because it's flat, or is it because it's something completely different? There's just no way of knowing. Maybe when you get up, it would just blow your mind, you know, because of the fourth dimensional aspects and everything coming into play.
That's the drama that should be exciting people. That's the drama that we should.
Excites me. I'm so excited with the discovery.
You know, well, you know, what's up to us. You know, we need to present that to people. You know. No fill people with dread, no this fucking same old drama. You know, say to people, listen, it's exciting times. You know, there's stuff there that we can discover. Reality is much more than we thought it was. You know, it's not this mundane fucking, you know, work your whole life and pay your fucking mortgage.
Yeah, I know, it's not. That's not what we're here for. We're not in this plane. We weren't born on this plane to be their slaves, to make them rich. I've been in jobs where every morning all he reminded you of is, let's got this 4 billion we got to get at the end of the year. And it was punched in your head. It was like I really care. But this is what it's all about. We just got to get away from that. I have. I would go completely self-sufficient if I could. I worked towards being totally prepped when I believed that we could be nuclearly annihilated at any time. I had to get out of Dodge, so I got a massive get out of Dodge kit, right? So I mean, all of it, you know, antibiotics down, you know, the farmer down to the foods, you know, I got it all sorted. I had to get into the country. I'm sure you got yourself outside of Glasgow, because what's that? That's the second biggest city in Britain, isn't it? There's over 1 million people there, isn't there?
Yeah. So, what's happening with these links? Is I take it nothing's happening.
Well, no, I'm scheming away, see, bruv. Because once you make that bullshit and you've got to present it, you're in trouble, ain't you?
Yeah, that's
what I'm doing. Yeah, you know, I'm loving this. I'm loving it. Eating it up.
Sean's saying that the link doesn't work. I dropped out and I've checked.
Yeah, tell him to go on Google itself and copy and paste it into there. It will come up into just a blank Google. Bring up a Google page, copy and paste the link into that.
I mean, sometimes it'll hit you with a redirect, but you just hit the redirect that's on the page. But it does work, or you just watch me drop out and come back on that link, so it works.
So,
yeah, but apparently Glenn doesn't want to show his proof. He wants to sit there talking about it. It seems pointless at this point for Glenn to really be here because we're doing
about that.
no,
What fucking bounce is that? I'm sorry.
Here's the thing, if people like Glenn want to be popular or whatever, why don't they be popular for truth rather than this idiotic?
I wish. I think he would do well if he jumped on the bandwagon of being a good man, and stopping it. Honest to God, everyone could look, put all that shit behind, change your tactic, and just work towards what we're all doing together. If everyone could just stop doing that and get on what Dell's doing here and work on the, the greater goal, find Dell, petition them, do whatever it fucking takes to fucking get an answer. Because there's a lot of people, once it's not a ball, you want something. And I tell you what, after last year, we've come up with all too little as far as I can see. The odd dodgy laser test and what else, guys? Really? Yeah. So what are we doing? Chasing something that we could never obtain then? Is it all just like a game? No, it's not. It's not. That's not what's happening here.
It's an unobtainable thing when people keep endlessly running about battling with each other's subjective fucking experiences. That's the problems that's happening. It's clear as fucking day. So
everyone could turn around for the new year now and stop it. Everyone would just look all the shit behind and go on and be just better people. Now, why is that so difficult? Why is that so difficult?
Yeah,
just to be better people into the new year, work together as one big unit, really clever unit.
You need to take responsibility and actually walk that walk as well. You know what I mean? You need.
I can fucking do that, bro. Don't worry about that.
It's up to you. How. Sorry. How you? We need to stop interrupting each other as well.
My mother just told me off for swearing. Sorry, Del.
It's up to you to articulate and how communicate that properly, Martin. If you want to represent the truth, I've spoken to you about that before. You don't need to get down to their level, and I can get down to that level and just name call. I'm Scottish. I can come up with a mouth.
I know. Yeah, of course you can, bro.
So
I know. I just what it is, right? I just wanted to end because it's been so many months of just grind in a way personally for me with rubbish, and instead of going into my research and doing my, or reading like I normally am, all my time's taken up with bullshit. All bullshit. I want to go back to digging again, my research. That's what I'm going to do.
There's a comment up here, Dan Winfield. More experiments 2017. More lasers, please.
Yes, Dan.
Listen, no.
Anything's going to help. Sitting on asses, just doing nothing.
Martin, you're still butting in and talking over the top.
Whatever.
Finish, man, right? What is more accurate than a laser? This is what I'm talking about talking to people and responsibility with the truth when we're trying to communicate it to new people or people who have got a curious mind, right? What is more accurate than a laser?
Surveyors.
Water. Right? Water is more accurate than a laser.
Yes, okay.
So, it's people come up with these things about laser tests and all this stuff. The water is more accurate than a man-made light. The light can be affected by moisture in the air.
You're right. Yeah, that's a good point.
So, I always want to stress that to people. That kind of annoys me when I see that stuff.
Yeah, I think that we've got a problem with the atmosphere, with the lasers. Dale, you're right enough. There's, it's as you say, the best is.
If you've got a big hole somewhere and you want to know if it's level, you fill it with fucking water. If you had nothing else, you would wait till it rained, and then you would know if it was level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. And where is the disconnect? Where are these people disconnecting from this? The reality of that statement. I mean, it's like a maxim. Water will find its own level, and I don't know why these people believe in.
I battled with myself over these proofs and evidences, and the water was the most solid one for anybody. you know, any argument, any point in debate, for me, that is the most solid proof there is. You know, and because it's testable by everybody, it's attainable by everybody. You know, there is no denying it. I've yet to see anybody come forward and show anything else. Do you know what I mean?
I suggested an experiment with on that debate last night. I suggested, well, you know, if you believe that an airplane's curving, take a little spirit level on the plane with you and sit it level after you've taken off, and sit it level like that and keep it level. Right? And if it's going round a ball like that, that bubble will move to the back. Now, the argument I got against that was, that's gravity that's doing that.
Garbage.
Can you believe that, man? And they were, I enjoyed myself because it was quite funny. It was quite funny actually hearing, you know, I silenced them a couple of times, but just asking, my mate he was laughing away, and it was just like silence for about, like that awkward silence, but you could hear people Googling in the background and all that kind of, you could just feel the frantic, you know, running about.
Click.
No, they muted their microphones, right? So you couldn't hear it. So I knew that they were doing it because it was like silence for about 10 seconds while I asked them a question.
Yeah, Ali, on that subject of the plane going around the ball, two things. I don't know if you've come to the same realization, but if the plane was flying around the ball between the poles, like going round between north and south poles, the plane would have to go upside down. Also, if the plane was flying along the equator between east and west,
it'd be side on.
Yeah, to keep the ground below the plane would have to fly side on.
Exactly.
I don't know how all these stewardesses are able to walk up and down the aisle in that position.
I mean, exactly. See, I mean, this is the ridiculousness of this thing. You know what I mean? It's like, how have these people? I mean, I can't even comprehend how they've. I mean, these people that are brainwashing. How come we ended up the way we did and ended up questioning? What was the difference between us and
critical thinking?
Yeah, but where did that come from, John? You know,
good question, Ali. I think it's come from, all of us can connect with this. It comes from asking questions and saying, well, that doesn't really validate it for me. I've still got questions. So if you pursue those questions, then I think it's going to heighten your awareness and your inquisitiveness and inquiring about what's actually real and what's not real.
Yeah.
So
I identified that as the Socratic method. If you can go and read up on it, you know, just that method of questioning everything in order to find the flaws. And then when I find the flaws in something, then I can move on. That's what I'm always looking for. You know, if I can break it down in some way, then I know it's bollocks.
Yeah,
I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there seems to be the majority of people that've got this virus in their head that can't accept it. So you just end up getting attacked for, you know, pure logic and.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
you need imagination. You know, this is what they'll tell you.
Yes.
You've not to look at reality. You know, you've just to imagine and ponder and wonder and be in bewilderment. You know.
Well, I got pulled up last night because I said, let's do a thought experiment. You're on a train. Imagine I can levitate. Do I continue going along, flying along with inside the train, or will at some point the back of the train is going to catch up with me, right?
Oh.
And they said, oh, that's, you know, levitating, that's against you're going against physics. I says, look, it's a thought experiment. I said, Einstein, he came up with his theory on special relativity because he pretended to be sitting on a photon. Now, I don't know whether you know, what's the difference between me, myself using that thought experiment? It's a little bit easier to imagine, you know. Yeah, well, that was it basically. It was the fact that this all stemmed from this
imagination.
Yeah, this guy. Imagine you're sat on a photon,
Fuck,
traveling at the speed of light, man.
it's game over when they say that to me. That's it. Sorry for interrupting, Ali. Martin, I see that you've banned that FEMA camp.
Yeah, he asked me to. Go on, Matt. And he's like baiting me. So to be honest, like he's just making. There's women there, and he's talking like shit. And there's women there. I'm not being funny, but that it's made it like easy, and everything's just sort of nicer instantly.
Well, let him show himself for what he is, Martin. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but he's just really poisonous in chat, and he's upsetting everyone, no doubt. He's ruining your chat, mate. I'm not being funny, but he is. And it was lovely before he turned up. I was flowing gorgeous.
Well, that's it. He's had the opportunity, you know, if he wants to.
Well, I never even seen now. 100 people have seen. And you make a video, moan about it, so it's out there now. That's why I just call him out, and let's have a look. Can't do it. Obviously can't do it. That's why I'm here.
It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time calling these people out, Martin. You shouldn't get so emotionally involved. You should find this
it's been going on a while.
Yeah, but you need to find this place of zen, right? And just anything they say, it's like water off a duck's back. Don't let them detract from your mission. And the problem is you're getting too emotionally involved. You're getting upset.
Well, it's with friends, brother, and it's like, you know, people with feelings. Do you know what? It is, and it's hurting friends, hurting me, because it's constant, and all he do is make it really, and it's personal stuff, rude stuff, you know.
Martin, if I can just interject there.
Yes, John. Sorry.
That's an image he's attacking. He's not attacking you. He doesn't.
I get it.
No, let me finish. He doesn't know you personally, so he's formed an image about you, which may be illusionary, may not be true. So don't take it personal. That's it. He doesn't know you.
No, I will. You know, I'm willing to let him know me, and I'm willing to just forget anything that's happened in the past, just be a man to man, and be, you know, just normal friends. I would love
it's all distracting. It's all distracting conversation.
Yeah, I know.
Away from exposing the lies about the ball. Exactly. It's distracting.
Talks up a lot of people too.
And it's time to deal with it, you know, and rather than censor them, you know, just call them out, face up to them, call them out the right way every fucking time. You don't need to even cut them out and censor them. Eventually, you know, they'll have to play the game.
You got it.
Well, I thought about it, you know, bouncing him for about 1 second, and then I just thought, because I'm just like I am, I thought give him what he wanted, you know, so he's just going to just keep on, and it's just, I'm going to go back into chat with all my friends, and every third comment, he's just saying terrible things, and I'm sorry, he's saying things about my friends too.
Just name calling.
That's what I wanted. Sure, no, he had a link, he had a chance. No,
but he's getting the response he wants off of you, and he will continue to do that. You have to ignore these people. Just ignore them. And I know it's easier said than done, but this is the only solution, is where you're going to have to just turn your back and stop exposing. You can't expose it. Let me finish, Martin, please. Let me finish. Right, you can't go exposing yourself as a kind and showing all if you're not man enough to take the abuse that comes with it. You know, because I'm an honest person, and I set myself out as I'll say what I believe, right? Because I'm confident in myself, because I understand, you know, I'm not going to put myself.
I can see that, bro. I can see that.
But this is what I don't say you have to. I'm saying, but the solution is there if you look at it from a different perspective and stop letting these people affect you. Feel confident in yourself. You know, I believe you're a good person or whatever, but you have to believe that for yourself.
No,
I just hate them thinking that I'm not. So I'm sorry.
It's all a learning curve, you know, as I said to people before, this has never happened, you know, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, nobody has a grip on, you know, being perfect and how to respond and how to deal with this. Everybody's learning as they go, you know.
There's no guidebook here, is there?
No, but it's the repetition, you know. We need to break free of the repetition of behaviours, the same old crap that holds us back, that detracts from what we're trying to achieve. You know, I've been screaming it long enough. For me, it's time for the end. You know, if people really want to go to another level, they need to start sorting this shit out. You know, you can't. How can we go presenting it to anybody when you've got all this fucking crap that's going on? You know, in between. You know, and especially the people who push these maps and models. There's a real issue with that.
God, yeah. That sucks up a lot of people too. In Chasing Tails is never going to be. I can see that clearly with every one of them. It's just something good to talk about and get people to watch. But does it accomplish anything? No.
It just goes round and round in circles. You know, they go for so long, avoiding it, and then all of a sudden it's back to, oh, this map's shite, and we've been telling you it's shite. No, that map's shite.
Oh, they got a new one now. They're doing. They anytime a map runs out, they'll come up with a new one and call it out. They did it yesterday. I thought, oh God, it's so predictable.
Yeah. That's exactly what you're saying, Del. People are wasting their times making maps because they just open themselves to ridicule and whatever. So it's like we say. I don't think we will ever find out the shape of this at all. We've no chance anyway.
Unless it was leaked.
I can't go with that. That's I might as well just pack everything up and not bother my arse.
No, man.
No, not really. Not really. You can just accept. But if you accept that, if you accept that, you're taking a lot of things off the table. If you just accept, right, we're never going to find it out.
I accept it as a possibility. I don't accept it as an inevitability. I don't accept it as the actual case. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you my logic behind that thinking is then I'm not going to waste any more time trying to find out the shape of the Earth because, as I say, it's a rabbit hole, and it's been proven for the last 2 years. As you say, there's been models, maps, and I have the same problem as you. But if you walk away, if it's not walking away, it's accepting the fact that there's a possibility. There's a possibility that we will never find out about it. But I think we should be focusing on, rather than worrying about are we going to trying to find out the shape of it. I think we should. I don't know how to explain it. Is kind of looking another.
Oh, that's
how we're going to get the message across to people, so we don't cause them triggers or whatever.
It's about representing the truth properly and what the actual truth of the matter is, which is what I've always been saying. And also part of that journey is understanding the mind, how manipulation works, how our downfalls, all the aspects of it. There's a whole other aspect to this rather than just the shape of the Earth. It's how the manipulation came to be, how it's working, and how we operate as people. So there is other aspects here. But
the psychology is a bit behind all this as well.
It's all connected. To say that it's not relevant or we might never discover, that doesn't even come into my equation. But you're right, as far as how we represent the truth, and I've always said that. That's what's been important to me. The truth of the matter is the claim that's made is the globe. It's been falsified. It's a fucking lie. There's zero proof for it. The only other option for me after that is a full exploration. Nothing else.
Well, sorry, Del.
People say it's already been done, so how would you trust? Well, no, it's not already been done because people in the military from years gone by didn't have this awareness of the lie. They were just following orders and think they're going to places they don't know they're going to. But when people are in actual awareness of it not being a globe, they're going to be more open to want to know exactly what's going on. And then you're asking, then you're dealing with real people that feel the same as me and you, that have kids and family. Expecting them to lie or uphold a lie for you, which that's just no reality. But
yeah, that's right. That's right. It is. I mean, the big thing is what we talked about, like the education, but it's the psychology of it. I think if more people looked at how easy it is to manipulate the mind, and people might be a wee bit more accepting, pack away the ego and say, like, maybe I have accepted or I've bought this lie, but it's about admitting, like what we talked about, admitting when you're wrong, but admit to yourself when you're wrong as well, and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, rather than worrying about, oh, I'm wrong, or, that fear of being wrong or whatever.
Yes, because the mind's a great tool in deceiving itself. We can so easily be deceived. We have to be honest that we don't know when we got it wrong. And I think when the mind is in a state, well, for me personally speaking, when my mind is in a state of not knowing, I almost feel my brain cells working because I'm starting to question. I can feel the cogs around my head.
Yeah, there's Shayla.
I'm questioning. I'm questioning and inquiring. But if I say I know, then from a conclusion, my mind's dead because I've accepted it all. I know. I'm not thinking.
You can actually feel it when you're thinking, John. Right? You can actually what you said there. You can actually feel your brain. Something happening inside.
Yes. And through doubting, questioning, inquiring, you actually feel your brain actually stimulating brain cells and working, rather than saying, "Oh, I know, I've concluded, I know."
That's it. It's always been
Inquiry stops when I conclude.
that's always the hardest part for people, to just be able to say they don't know, you know,
Yes.
and stand there and hold to that, and it feels great. You know, it's just, it's a wonderful feeling.
Absolutely.
Liberating.
Yeah, right,
Yes.
listen,
Empowering and liberated. Yes.
so we've got mindfulness here. How's it going, man?
Yeah, you can call me Sean, you know.
Hey, brother, man.
You're all right?
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, all right, mate. Sound, no worries. Is it all right if I address Martin?
Yeah, man.
Of course.
Yes,
Listen, see just before we start, Martin.
Yeah, I know. I will sound as a pound brother.
Right, cool.
Yeah, Martin, you just called me a few names there. You're going to do things to me. Can you just...
No, I do things to you, like what?
Right, we're starting already. Martin, Martin, we're starting already. You know, let somebody speak. And then, you know,
Yeah, all right, let him finish.
if it's going to be emotionally charged, Martin, then this is the
I'm not emotionally charged. I'm chilled as fuck, though.
Right, this is it, right? So we can just speak to each other in discussion, mate.
Yeah, we can. Like we're in the room together as friends. Okay.
Cool.
Go on, bro.
So something's upset you. I can feel like you're upset.
Yeah. Right. Let me lay it down, bro. We were friends at one time, were we not?
We were, yeah.
So what happened? Why did you go all strange and like saying like weird shit, like you've hacked my computer and you've got these images that couldn't possibly exist because it's never happened. So lay it down, bruv.
Okay, so you know that statement that you just made?
Yeah, man.
Have you heard that statement out of my mouth?
Oh, no, Vancouver last night. No, I haven't. Swear to God, no, I haven't.
All right, so you're coming to me now and you're fronting me up with a claim that I've got of you and I've hacked your Skype and you heard it from another party.
Yeah.
Do you think that's valid?
No, I want to hear it from you then, please.
Okay, so now you've come to the source. You've come to me. And here's what I'm going to say to you. On my 2 dogs' life, on my children's life.
You don't have to do that, Shay. For fuck's sake.
No,
mate.
I'll don't tell me what I can do and what I can't do. I'll answer your question. I have not hacked your Skype. I've never said I've got photographs of you with any woman because I don't.
Cool.
So you take that to the bank.
If
you're listening to third-party people and tittle tackle in your head.
Sorry, but why were you just saying and sort of talking with him, with Vancouver, Glenn, just now, about I'm very confused about what you're saying now, Shay. I don't think what you just saying in chat.
Hang on. Does somebody get their YouTube turned up?
Yeah. Watch pages on.
So whoever's watching it on YouTube, do you need to turn the volume down on the YouTube video?
I'm not watching it on YouTube.
Anyway, thanks, Shay. I get it. You haven't done it because obviously it doesn't exist. I get it. I thought you were with him, and he's just because he's an actor. I just got it. All right, cool. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. You're confused. Do you not think I'm confused?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the situation, and I just want to be able to explain the situation. I belong to nobody. I belong to nobody. I don't belong to Dell beyond Imaginary Curve. I don't belong to fucking Nathan Oakley. I don't belong to Patricia Stair. I don't belong to fucking Jeff Stewart. I don't belong to anybody. I'm a sovereign individual.
Yeah, man.
Right? Okay. Now what's happened is I have explained this to Dell months ago. So if I'm lying, the man can stop me right now because you've already said you respect the man for being an honest man. Correct?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Dell made the thing. He said, if you've got any problems, come on to the Hangout and let's get them all sorted out. So I'm going to thank him for that. But I'm going to say to Dell right now, if I say one word of a lie, stop me, slap me, and tell everybody on here that I'm lying. Because I'll tell you something. I've spoke to that man on philosophy issues. I explained why I made the videos to that man. That man watched me agonize emotionally on my journey, why I was triggered to make them videos about Nathan Oakley. I explained to that man my emotional turmoil, why I was triggered, and the man witnessed me agonizing with my mind because I didn't want to do that. And there was a reason why I did it. And I explained to the man why I did it. Because, and I'll say it to you now, for a man, a grown man, to insinuate about children and rape and sex, no matter whether it's YouTube or real life, I find disgusting. And let me tell you why, and then I'll shut up. I worked with people with depression. I worked with people with suicide. I worked with people with emotional abuse. Hang on. Years with people who get emotionally abused in that world. The world that are full of lies. And when I seen it in a truth-seeking community like this with Flat Earth, it sickened me to the core. Now, I made them videos to shut the fucker up. I offered to go and meet Nathan Oakley in person, face to face, man to man, and say to him, what right do you have to put that shite out in your comments when you are affecting people who are reading that, who've been abused, actually abused? Does he realize the hate he's causing to people? So fuck you, Nathan Oakley, okay? You fucking take it from me. Fuck you, because you now should fucking know the consequences of your fucking keyboard warrior attitude. Okay? There's my fucking truth. There's my truth, mate. I've watched people hanging from ropes with sexual abuse. I've had to take the fuckers down. Depression. Why? Because we live in a world that fucking lies to us. We all live in a world of symptoms of depression, anxiety. People, good people, commit suicide. Good people commit suicide. I fucking witnessed that. So you want fucking truth? There's truth. I said fuck all what you just said to me. Nothing. Nothing. And you...
This is a thing, you know. Sean did tell me about this. You know, he agonised with it. You know, so somebody gets YouTube turned up.
Not me.
But this is part of the journey and part of people being honest with each other and the reasons why they do things. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. But
Del, can I just ask you? Will you please verify how you witnessed me agonising? Please verify it.
Of course, you know, and I've openly said that. I spoke to Marshall earlier and says to him about that, about you telling me about it months ago. And you know, and how it was part of your journey, and people do things that they regret. It's not even that you regret, it's part of your journey, it's part of your timeline.
Am I that bad then, Shay? Am I that fucking bad, bruv?
No, you're not, mate, you're not. Mate, where you're getting all this from about me? I spoke to you on Skype with my fucking girl.
Yeah, we were fucking good mates. That's what I'm so confused about, right? We were good mates like that. And then I thought you fucking turned on me or something.
Ask yourself this. What did I say to you on Skype that's fucking upset you?
Fuck all. You just fucking went on me.
Guys, can I interject here a little bit?
Should
you two not be having a private conversation about your problems? Because I think that's distracting away from issues on you.
Hang on, John. The call was put out for anyone to fucking hear the views. Don't say one thing and then get us to come on here. Isn't this not a good lesson for everyone emotionally?
God, yeah, this is an awesome lesson. God, yeah, this is a very emotional, brilliant lesson. God, you make a brilliant point. You must so move me then, right? I get it. I fucking get it. You know.
Right.
And somebody died last week in the flat Earth. You know that?
Well, I would suggest, you know, if we can just bring it down a wee bit, right? You know, at the end of the day, we can. This is all good for everybody. This is the point. You know, understanding why these things are happening between people. It's all part of the lesson. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, people are entitled to their opinion. You know, if John can say, you know, he thinks it should be done in private.
I like John's good man to listen to.
John's feeling like that at this moment in time. He's entitled to that, you know. But as Sean said, you know, I've invited this. It's opened up so people can come. They can express themselves in whatever way they want to express themselves. I don't want to control that or you know, restrict that in any way. This is what it's about. So we can get to the root of what's actually happening. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the root of what's actually happening here is there's a load of fucking, all these truth seekers have arrived at this thing and they're all acting like school children, fucking
different gangs in the school.
Yeah. So now Vancouver, BC's been away for 3 fucking months.
Yeah, I know.
Right? I ain't spoke to him, and now he sees me making a video about Dell, and he thinks I'm a fucking hot potato because he's a hot potato. Vancouver, BC's going 2 + 2 = fucking 5. What Vancouver VC doesn't understand is I'm from Liverpool. The lad's from Scotland, and we got a bit of a sense of humour.
Fuck yeah.
In terms of, we got a sense of humour. And I was going, you listen, mate, when I come into the flat earth, it's like, what the fuck?
I mean,
my default mode is humour.
We got
that's
in
how I can deal with things.
Yeah, we got at the same time.
So that's
humour.
That was part of the breakdown, and I noticed that.
Yeah,
you know, certain videos were made and certain gestures were made. They weren't taken as humorous. You know, people can turn something into a drama that's not necessary because they assume to know the intention behind somebody's piece of art or whatever it is they put out there, and the communication breaks down because people jump into an assumption, thinking they know what somebody's agenda is.
It started with Eric Dubé's fucking video. We all went from there. I went to shit from there.
So,
I won't like it before then.
It's always based on assumption, assuming to know what people's motives are and what's behind it. You know, and I've seen that. I watched that happening. You know, I've been there watching this the same as everybody else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, pure long time. I know you was there like 2013 or something. Bell, wasn't you? Yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't as far back as that, mate. It was only a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years, same as me then.
So, you know, it's what else can you say about it? You know.
So we good now then, Shay? All right? Yeah, bruv.
Mate, listen. It's a stormy ride, mate, and it'll get stormier. It's a dangerous business.
Fuck yeah.
Because you'll get people about you. Did I say to you at the very beginning, Martin, stand up on your own 2 feet?
You was fucking awesome. I thought I like that sort of support. Yeah.
Did I say to you at the beginning, Martin, you don't need anybody, mate. Just stand on your own 2 feet. Look after yourself. People will come to you because you've.
But then, if I'm honest, I thought you were being like, because I don't like to be. If we're going to be honest here, right, Shay, I thought, oh look, he's starting to tell me what to fucking do, and I want to choose my own path, my own friends, and you were like suggesting that I was like, oh, this person or that person was no good, and I needed to find these things out for myself. You see, I know, all right, I got it wrong, but this is what I was thinking at the time.
And one lesson I've learned in life: you don't tell people what to do.
You know, I just, you know me, you knows me, Shay. I just don't do what I'm told. I'm a fucker for it.
People, the greatest lesson in life is to conquer yourself, not other people. I don't need to tell you what to do. I can recognize in you your qualities. I can recognize your qualities. Like certain people might have a quality for putting a microphone in front of them and doing guests. I haven't got that.
What are you doing? Your blue screen with the CGI behind you. That was so cool. With the CGI.
I'm CGI.
With the microphone.
You know what I'm saying? We've all got different qualities, mate, but I'm just saying to you, I can only say to you everything I've spoke to you in the past. I ain't changing. I've just said you do it yourself, mate. You've got your own crowd. You. John Smith just said to you there before, exactly what John Smith said. You can tell me now if I'm lying, Martin. whenever I first started talking to you 2 years ago, I said the same as John Smith. Make your own decisions. You do what you do. But I'll tell you what I see. You're very charming. People like you. You've got a lot of good qualities. Simple as that. The prediction, Martin, the prediction came true. Everyone's been wanting a piece of you. And it hurt me that you were getting a mental breakdown, mate. You were having a mental breakdown. Because everyone wanted a piece of Martin and they were ripping you apart, mate. And I watched it.
So the point of that is you know, I seen the same, and I wanted that, you know, Martin. You know, I used to say it in my videos, you know, kind of addressing you, saying, you know, try and represent the truth. I seen a quality in you, and I was dying for you just to represent the truth and let go of the drama that you were getting involved in.
I will. I've got intentions.
But you're right, you know, if you have to go through that in order for you to experience it and for you to learn, then fine. But you need to learn. It's this repetition of the same shite that keeps coming round. That's when it becomes a problem with me, with people.
I get you. I had to, you know, I've been like it all my life. I'll jump in the fire and find out what it's like and jump back out again. But you're quite right with the repetition, yeah. But yeah, this is like for me. What I would like is for the new year now is for all the guys together. Is just to get it together.
Listen, because it's such a delicate subject and it's such a big thing. You know, the natural thing is for people to be suspicious of everybody. You know
yes,
what I mean?
we do. You know, Shay got on that thing with you know, Andre Sensi instead. He was like a little detective and sniffing every fucker out. Quite good at it for a while. Do you remember that, Shay?
Yeah, of course I do, yeah. You know, listen, I don't know what I'm going to do from one day to the next, mate.
I fucking know how creative you are, bro. I've seen your fucking house.
Nothing's premeditated. Everything's like, I don't know. I've got no answers. Like, no one's got answers. We know nothing. And that's why people need groups, because we're all, you know, a lot of it, this can be an insecure feeling. We know what the world is. We know what the reality is. It's easy to deal with that. But finding yourself in this situation where we're discussing these things about the possibilities of this place that we've been told is a lie. It's a phenomenal thing. It's a mind-blowing thing. And people need a little bit of support. Yeah. So what you've got is you've got people coming in. Those people coming in knocking you, they're the people. They're the ones with the agenda. They're the ones with the agenda, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. I see that.
That's what I've always tried to point out. You know, look at the games that they're playing. Look at the content. You know, what do they offer? What substance do they offer? And it's usually just shit slinging at personalities.
Yeah. You know, while this is on my mind, because I know Nathan's in the chat, and I just, you know what, I was a bit fucking frustrated there, and I'll tell Martin, I'll tell Nathan, and I'm sure.
But Nathan's entitled to make this mistake, same as all of us.
Exactly. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I want to finish it off. I'll tell Nathan. It pissed me off no end, but here's the deal. Them videos, and this is what's pissed off Vancouver BC. I made them private through my own choice because I don't want people seeing them because he had a baby. And again, I said it to Del. I'm a father. And the moment that boy had the baby, I, out of my mouth, said to Del, you know what? That kid's going to grow up and I don't want no part of that. I don't want no part of that. And I've played the part in that by creating them videos. So what I did was, in my own mind, I went and put them private. And that was the end of the situation for me. Right, right now sitting here, I have no beef with Nathan Oakley because I don't know him. I'm saying to him, you got to watch what you're saying and who you're upsetting, mate. Dealing with a troll is one thing, but upsetting other people who've got depression and anxiety and children and abuse in the same sentence is wrong. It's simply wrong, mate. Whether you're on a computer or you're in the real world, because if it happened in the real world, the boy wouldn't have a face left. No face left. That's the world I grew up in, mate. That's the world I grew up in. Yeah. So I can only...
He's a big fucker, though.
Can I just interject here? And this is a problem. I think this, what you talked about, that Nathan Oakley, he's doing that on purpose.
Yeah,
he loves the drama. He's doing that with Will. And
well, Nathan Oakley wants...
I know him, though. It's lovely to be around. To be honest, he got a wicked energy. And he's fun.
No, he's not. Let me finish here.
Yes, I've met him.
I don't care. You keep sticking up for that guy, but I can tell you something.
This is a point. You know,
I know him though.
before we start getting into battles about who agrees with who, you know, everybody has the right to exist. Nobody's forced to watch Nathan Oakley or me or Mindfulness or Martin or anybody else. This is the point. You know,
we have a right to opinion, yeah.
Of course, you've got a right to your opinion, but
right. And well, let me finish. Sorry, but I'm not being. I'd just like to finish the point. Is that Martin is going to? You were sticking up for the guy there when obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Listen.
I see the trolling, but that seems to be the culture of their age.
Could I finish? Well, that's good. Sorry. But by you accepting that, you have no right to complain. But you're giving excuses for the guy. You understand that?
It's his mistake, not mine.
Like, he's not the only one that's at it, but you're encouraging it by being.
I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it.
You are by sticking up for it and justifying.
Sticking up for him.
Can I just finish? I'll just finish. Dale, thanks very much for having me on, mate. It's been really, really good. I have to.
Yeah, nice to have your input, Ali.
And John and Martin and sorry, what's your name?
It's nice to meet you, anyway. It was really cool. You're cool. Anyway,
Ali, I mean, you know, obviously you understand why I do what I'm doing. You know, it's
absolutely
awesome.
So you know, next time we can continue discussion, hopefully, and have you back on. So you know,
I'd love to, mate. Honestly, I'd love to. Yeah, as I say, we all need an outlet. Because this is driving people mad, as your man there was making a point. There's people getting depressed and kind of stuff like that, and so I think it's important.
That's it. There is real emotions involved. There is real people involved, and their emotions are invested in it, and people can be affected. So you know,
and there is people out there doing things on purpose to affect people.
Antagonise, yeah.
That's exactly right, and we have to just turn them back. And Martin, look, mate.
Point it out logically. You know, when people are being antagonistic and using these methods, you can point it out. You know,
so many of them, though.
That's it. Well, you know,
anyway, guys, look, listen. It's been brilliant, Dale, and just send me an invite for the next time. My internet's a bit up and down at the moment. I'm having to. I'm in between houses at the moment. Long story, but listen, guys, that was a pleasure, Dale. You keep up the good work, John. Very nice to talk to you, Martin. And who's the guy from Liverpool? What's your name? Sorry,
Sean.
Right, Sean, mate. It was nice. Good point. I love the passion there, my friend, and I totally got it.
Yeah,
and I'm glad, Dale. That was really kudos to you for letting him actually have his, like what you said. You advertised it as come on. And you let a guy that was passionate there, and it was very it was good to see. Team, thanks very much, buddy, and well, I hope to see you again. I hope to get an invite again, bro. And
no worries, we'll hook up again soon, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll we can discuss other topics or whatever, because I feel as if you need a release. Everybody needs a release, and
for sure.
That's what it's about. And you see about. You do a great job, and it's a very good channel you've got here, actually. So,
yes, man.
I appreciate that. Okay, you guys take care.
Take it easy, man.
God bless, brother.
All right, thanks very much. Yeah, you take it easy, guys. Bye.
Yes. Yeah. No, but that's it. It's good. You know, I appreciate Sean coming on and expressing yourself, man. That's what it's about. You know, if people want to say what they want to say, then have it out and say it. It's all good. It tells you a lot. It tells you a lot about people who are willing to come on, and front it out and face up to it, and the other ones who want to shy away and hide. So that tells me a bit about where the manipulation lies and who's playing the games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the strength to look above it all and go forward. That's really cool. I really, really do take that. Yeah. God bless you for what you've done tonight, then, Del. Because I tell you what, kudos to you, bruv. Honest, for bringing this forward.
It's no bother, man. It's just the way it should be. I think everything should be up in the open, and I want to understand what's happening with people.
Yeah, same. And everything that guy just said, Sean, is right there about this depression going on. This guy it's affected me a bit because he was a sub of mine, and I did state that if any sub of mine killed themselves, I would pack it in. Right, and he's been a Facebook friend as well, Now, he was a really sensitive artist type, and he had, I believe, Lyme's disease. I don't know too much about it, but he was suffering. And he killed himself last weekend. Now, when I heard about it, it didn't really sink in at first. And then when I realised how many times that I talked to him, and he was a really lovely guy. Oh, fucking hell, you know.
Everybody's suffering with this lie in this situation that we're in, mate. You know, it's everybody's been affected by it. Sorry, I'm just going to say, Cheerio. There's a few people saying bye. And Anders Ace, thanks for coming. Patricia, thanks for coming.
God bless.
You know, I appreciate people's time and input and taking part. But that, you know, Martin, that's it. You know, everybody's going through emotional levels. Everybody's at different levels of understanding. They're in their own experience with different aspects. You know, nobody's fucking perfect. You know, but
yeah, man.
You know, rather than sit away in wee groups bitching about each other and talking behind each other's backs, you know, why not just fucking discuss it openly? You know, get it dealt with, and then everybody can move on. You know, this isn't going to go.
I'm so happy for this, like, you know, just get this over with. Shay is so good, like, you know, I'm really happy. Thanks.
It's not going to go on forever. It's not something that you want to keep dragging on. You know, a couple of times let people iron it out, get a bit of understanding, and then fucking move on.
Nathan Oakley wants a link to get in and have a chat. That would be really awesome, Dal. He's just asking in chat, brother.
Aye, brother. Cool.
He's got his email address. He's just copied it in the chat. If you could take a look. Nathan Oakley 1980 at AOL.com.
So, as I say, you know, the ones who make the claims, they're not here.
No.
Sorry, John, you try to talk? Is your mic muted or something? Sounds quiet. What's happening in the chat?
They're really cool, Oliver. They're fucking awesome people, Del. Your people, man.
Yeah.
Don't get all this in other chats. You get like really all terrible stuff in the chat, but this is a really good chat. Really good people.
Well, that's it. Because, you know, at the end of the day, they're just going to be confronted on anything. So
you should have the link, Nathan.
Nathan, the link should be sent. Marshall said.
Oh, that's right.
John, if you're listening, you need to mute your mic. We can hear you in the background.
I don't know what I think he's doing that.
So, everybody had a decent time through Christmas then, Sean. How's you going?
I lost my half fella Del a week, 6-7 days ago. So no, you know, no sympathy needed. He was 85. I looked after him. He was in my arms. You know, just go. But pretty tough time, mate. But it just makes you appreciate, you know what, your parents. But all good, mate. All good. I told you that say my name when I finished looking after my half fella. I told you when he passed, I'll go fighting on the front line, mate.
Yeah.
I'll go fighting on the front line.
Yeah.
And your old mum and all, one a couple of years back. I was thinking about that actually. You know, the other day going down the road, I was thinking about you, Shay.
Yeah, once, never forgotten, eh, man.
Yeah, defo.
So I'm sorry for your loss, man, and I'm glad that.
All right, don't worry, mate. All right, I'm not looking for sympathy.
No, mate, I'm just extending my.
It affects us all, brother, because we're all connected, whether you know it or not. Like I said earlier, we're all experiencing this reality at the same time. We all deserve to be here. Every single one of us deserve to be here on this plane at the same time. What's the chances? We're not in the 1800s. We're here now.
Maybe we're not all experiencing the same reality, Martin. That's the thing.
No. I do get that, Shay, as well. But what I'm trying to say is, we all deserve to experience this life right now, even on any context.
Maybe
that's like a claim to know, Martin. You know.
What, don't you think we deserve to be here, all of us, equally?
Well, I don't know what this place is. I don't know.
No, I know. No, I get it. There's no rules, and so I'm just presuming and presumptuous. Yes, I get
when
that.
you see kids born, Martin, when you see kids born with half a head,
God, don't please.
And then people are saying it's the karma from the past life. It's like, what? You know, let me ask you the question, Martin.
Yeah,
you know,
I get that. I get that.
If you was a god, Martin, if you was a god, would you create this pain and suffering?
No, brother, I would not. But no.
So, okay, let me ask you the question then. This God that you believe in, what's his purpose for creating kids with half a leg, half an arm, can't speak, living a life
of it like that? I don't think I know exactly what you're saying, Shay, but I don't think it's God like that. I think
if I was a god, mate, I wouldn't create this realm like that.
No, and kids with leukemia, why the hell kids with leukemia? I get it.
And then this bullshit of past lives, or in the next life you'll be all right. So what happens to the kid who's lived his life in a wheelchair like that? When he gets to the next life, well, you haven't done much in this life, have you? You sat in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It's camera, though, and it is terrible. It's so bad. But you've got to be separate from that experience, because that's not you.
Well, it's a cruel God then. It's a cruel God who victimizes you for karma.
They separate themselves, and it's not cruel because they believe that it's their experience, is a separate one, so they just disconnect. And I can't myself. Even you talking about it upsets me.
Well, this is it. But it triggers because, you know, when people make these sweeping statements as if they know what reality is and they know what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be, you know, that I have a real issue with that, you know, because we don't even know where we are. We don't know the rules of the game.
No, I get it. You're right, of course.
I need to refrain from making statements of knowing, you know, as if I'm spiritual and I'm all wise and all knowing, because I know fuck all. I know nothing. You know what I mean? And that's the reality of the situation. You know?
There's too many gurus. That's the problem. They're all getting led down paths. Gurus. Hypothetical. Imagination.
It doesn't mean to say that I don't say that there's some sort of design aspect here and, you know, other aspects of reality and existence.
I've experienced other aspects of reality, and I've experienced the paranormal. I can honestly tell you that there's more to reality than what they're telling us, and that is 100%. I swear to God Almighty, strike me dead. True.
I know, but all that stuff leads into, you know, theory, imagination, guessing.
No, brother. I've heard voices coming out into it like or what I would call angels 3 times in my life. Once to save my life, because one step away I was going to fall down a hold in a ship and die, and I heard a voice say, "Wake me up," out of a trance because I was drunk. Say, "Martin," and I woke up like that, and I looked, and one more step, and I was falling down a black hole to my death on the ship. The hold was open, and I was just drunk walking across the hatches and didn't realise it was open, and it was empty. And I would not have survived. And that voice was real, and this fucking saved me. And it's happened twice since. Once when my wife was fighting for her life on a life support machine, and I was spent about 10 hours looking out of the window in this hospital, just sort of meditating and asking all these questions, these really valid questions about reality. And I heard a non-audible voice in my head saying, "It will all be all right." And that moment, the door opened, and the consultant walked in and said, "She's going to make it. It will be all right." And I said, "Yeah, I know." And I will take that as being angel style.
Well, that's your subjective experience, Martin, and you can claim it and label it any way you see fit. But you need to understand that it's subjective. It's how you're interpreting things.
I get that. It's true.
It's not an objective truth, right? And that's the difference. So. And you know, and people, as Sean points out, and it's a flaw that I find, you know, why would a God or angels bother with people like us who have, you know, we're not really wanting for much, you know, we have food, we have our arms, we have our limbs, we have our faculties about us, while there's these other, you know, kids and other people who are born with these ailments and different things. How do the angels know away fucking whispering sweet nothings to them? Do you know what I mean? It's this, you know, contradictory levels of these types of discussions about gods and angels and all that shit. It just doesn't add up to me, you know. And I was involved with psychics and all these fucking charlatans.
Okay, what about the ghost experience that I've had, and the
But that's the thing, Matt.
experiences with the giant UFO that me and my wife seen outside the window, not 20 foot a fucking way, and the other UFOs I've seen since, and they're just out of my imagination, because my entire street was out watching the one sighting on my 8th birthday party. My mother was there too. That is a reality.
Martin, you're drifting, because if that's an observation, an objective observation that other people seen, then there's an objective truth to that. But when it's your subjective experience, like, you know, you're hearing voices and
yeah, all right, yeah, I get that. It's just something that it's a coincidence they walked through the door. It's a coincidence that one more step I was going to be dead, and I heard a woman that sounded like a female relative.
Martin, you're assuming to know what I mean. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, what I'm saying is,
sorry. You know, there's two differences. You're talking about a subjective experience, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you know, any of that's rubbish or whatever, but you can't show me it. We can't prove any of these things to each other. So
no, I know that for fucking sure, bruv. I know that all my life. I just never ever talked about it before until I come on a flat Earth scene, because nobody would ever give a shit. I thought after flat Earth, I could mention anything, it would go down easy.
But it's fine to philosophize and play with these ideas.
Oh yeah, I get that. No, true.
But when we start making sweeping statements and claims as if it's a truth, or we've got some sort of knowledge to know that it's truth, I think that's wrong. You know what I mean? That's the problem for me.
Okay, they're like old theology and old religion all claim to do. It's just it's dangerous in nature. All right, get that. So how do you separate then from that way of because we've been indoctrinated, I suppose, to think that way. So how do we separate from that then?
It's because people have been sold this shit because they're in a state of fear and no knowing. So all these anecdotal stories have been created, fucking fairies and other dimensions and any sort of comfort, you know. But when I say this, it doesn't mean that I'm not saying there's a metaphysical aspect or, you know, some other realm of existence. You know, I'm not saying that that's not true, but we can observe it, you know, and show it to each other. You know, so it's not relevant to the reality that's actually happening at this moment in time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and you're very, very right too.
Nathan, how you doing, man?
Yay!
Not bad. How you doing?
How you going, mate? You good?
Mr. Oakley, hi, brother.
Hello, Martin. How you doing?
Very well. Good to see you, friends. Good night.
So what's happening, Nathan? Are you here to say something, I take it?
No, I heard my name mentioned about 25 times and thought, right, well, you invited people to come on and address accusations. I had no idea that my name would get mentioned, but here I am to address anything that needs addressing.
Cool.
You the man.
So.
Come on then, cough up, Shay. You here? Lovely boy.
What, you're speaking to me?
Yeah. You're the one who's screaming at Nathan. He's here for you now, and we can sort this out and move on.
Martin, but see that, you know, that's antagonistic, that kind of attitude.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not. I'm making a peace and guiding everyone in a good way. Sorry I took over.
But Martin, it is, and you keep butting in and taking over. It is antagonistic. Don't say it's no. You know,
it's all right. Sorry.
If I'm reading your body language, your tone, and the way you're addressing things.
He's my mate, though, Del, and I can speak to him like that because I've known him years.
Well,
and he gets me. Don't you, Shay? Tell him.
I'm cracking up here, but
well, it is. He's my old fucking mate. You don't, Del.
You just you know what you should do. You should sit back, roll yourself a spliff.
I go in there, Shay, bruv.
Well, sit back.
All right, I'll do another one. Relax. I'll do one for you as well, right? What flavour do you like?
Relax.
I'll have an Armageddon for you, all right?
Relax, man. Sit back.
All right, brother. Fucking love you, Shay, at this moment. Do you know that?
Martin, I'm flattered, but you love everyone, so that's all good.
Yeah, you are cool.
I haven't got an ego for you to massage, so I
haven't got one as well. But nobody could even suggest we're doing that because we're not. I think we're just really good fellas, just getting this right. I'm making an attempt to. I think it's a fucking wonderful thing, don't you?
So let people speak.
Okay, I'll shut up for a bit, right? Oh, sorry, mate. I'm a knob. There you go.
Oh, where you go, Nathan? So you heard your name mentioned 25 times, so you would have heard the whole conversation because you're a bright lad. You're an intelligent lad. So you've heard the conversation. You've had time to assess what I've said. You've read me body language. You've read me emotion. So you've come on, you've sat there, and it's amusing you. Well, okay, so say what you've got to say, and then I'll answer your questions. If you've got something to say to me, say it to me.
Sure. Well, you've just had a little non sequitur. You've just assumed that your situation has amused me while I'm just sitting giggling at my mate Martin. So your assumptions are where you're falling apart and getting very angry very quickly. I'm not laughing at you.
I never said you were laughing at me. I said you've come on, you're amused. So you never heard what I said. I never said you were laughing at me. I said you've come on. You sat there and you said, this is amusing me. You didn't say Martin was amusing me. You didn't say, oh, I'm amused at my mate Martin. You said, this is amusing me. So right back at you, dude. Your assumptions have fell right out. Your ass has just fell off the couch because the shit you've just given me was bullshit, mate.
Well, so, I'll just correct you. You told me, you established with me, had I heard what you had to say, and then went on to say that I was amused. Any normal person would.
Why we split hairs? Why we split
You're obviously. Tell Martin to shut up, but you can't shut the fuck up yourself and listen to me. Jesus,
no,
mate.
Hang on. We're supposed to be making it up here and fucking talking it out. We're not really doing that. No. They haven't even moved forward one step yet, Al. It's a fucking nightmare. No.
Well, Martin, it's not your job to moderate here, Martin. So just
fucking hell.
Just sit back and chill a wee minute, right? So, you know, if people want to discuss and make their points to each other, fine. But let's don't nitpick and bicker. You know, let's just get to the root of what's happening.
It's all right. I'll get to the end of our point. Any logical person would draw the conclusion that you are making the statement that I'm laughing at your situation because it came directly after that statement. You said, you understand my situation. You've heard what I've got to say. You've heard your name 25 times, and then you went on to say that I'm sat here amused. Well, that's a logical conclusion that anyone would draw. And then you've gone, no, you've got it all wrong. Well, I heard what I heard in that order. What do you want me to draw the conclusion that you're saying?
What did you hear?
Is it?
It's not a hard question.
Am I reading this right, that it's just a personality clash, that people just don't like personalities here?
I'm not sure, Del.
No, never met the guy. Don't know what his videos are talking about. No idea what he's on about, literally.
So, okay, we've established it's not a personality. So, go on. You've come on, you're not saying nothing. That's the point. You've heard what I've said. You've heard my reason. So, it's your right to reply. But you're just... You're wanting to sit there and act like that's your priority. That sounds... But you're not addressing what I said. Everyone's heard it. I'm asking you to address it.
I just did. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what videos you're on about. Don't know what comment you're on about. No idea.
No idea. You've no idea of why I made them videos about you.
I'll say it a third time. Don't know what videos you are talking about. Do you understand English?
Right, so this is a point, right? So if it's just going to descend into, you know, this, you know, mimicking and taking a piss. If Nathan, if you don't know what Sean's videos are and what he's talking about, there's no point you being here, you know, unless you know what he's said, or you know what points he's trying to make, so that you can refute it. But if you don't know anything that he's saying, then I don't know what you're here to say.
Well, I've just explained, Del. I've heard my name several times. Presumably, he has an issue with me. I'm here to address his issue. And he's asking me why I'm sat in silence. I don't know what his problem is. Tell me your problem, mate. There you go.
I think you asked me.
No, is that it?
I could see a resolution here, Dal. If Sean wants to forward Nathan these videos privately, then Nathan could review them.
Now.
And then he would know what he was talking about.
I don't need to. I'm here. You can just tell me. He sat there in silence.
Well, equally as good, I suppose, dude.
You're amused at the situation, are you? Is this amusing?
Sorry, I missed what you said there.
I said you're amused by the situation.
Yeah, you're amusing me right now. You're amusing me.
That's good.
Really.
You have no idea how chuffed I am.
This is it. This is just, it's like a banter, a wind up. You know, there's nothing really to discuss here.
Well, why have I been mentioned? What, I've come on because someone has an issue with me. I keep hearing my name. I've come on to address that issue, and this is what it's descended into. I'll ask you the question. I'll throw it back in your court, Dal. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why is my name being mentioned on your show?
Yeah, you need to get it on the table and sort it out. And what's happening now is he brilliant sorted out with Shay, but Shay is blasted Nathan. Nathan's come on and just basically wants to address why the hell he's going on about him. And it's fair enough for Shay to retort and say what the fucking hell these accusations or problem is.
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's all stemming from Flat Earth Vancouver and whatever claims he's been making. I'm not too clued up in what the whole shebang's about, to be honest with you.
No, me.
It's just an opportunity for people to say what they want to say.
I don't know. It makes for a brilliant show, though, Del. I'm telling you that. This is one of the best.
And I agree with you, Del. I've got no idea. Literally, I don't know where this. Maybe we have no issue. Maybe literally there is no issue. I don't know.
Well, this could be it. You know, it could just be you know, people are offending each other by how they act, what their mannerisms are. You know, how they go about their business. You know, everybody's affected by everybody. We can't like everybody, so it might just be a case of that.
Yeah, you know? True enough, Del. True enough, bro. It is true. Do you think
so, Nathan, then, can I ask you a question, mate?
That's what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question then, seeing?
Yes, we would.
You know. All right. So, a question to Nathan. You know, when you make your comments, this is where it stemmed from, about child sex abuse, rape, depression, insulting people. I don't mind that you've got a funny personality and you attack the trolls in the way, the bad trolls, not with that shit, but your personality ain't no problem to me, the way you back them off, your sarcasm, that's great, that's all good with me. The point is with me, when you go on your keyboard and you make accusations to people that the rapists and they eat children, and if they're depressed, don't fucking hand yourself. I'm not talking about Tim Osman. I understand the situation with Tim Osman completely. I understand what he did to you. I understand your beef with him. And I understood the Mickey Mouse thing. I got the philosophy. It's a cartoon. He's not showing his face. He's giving you all that shit. I'd be the same. So I'm not talking about the Tim Osman thing. I'm not talking about all your actions with other people. This is as new to you as what it is to me. You're dealing with it in your way. My point, it's the only point, when you sit on your keyboard and you type that kind of shit in, and you know you do, so let's be honest, let's just man up to it, you know you do. Child sex, abuse, eating children, rape, all that kind of nonsense that you know it's nonsense. Do you know what I'm saying? It is nonsense, mate, to actually, you know, we're on a show here about claims and proof and the burden of proof, and you're just lashing them out like that. And the pretty serious things. Now you've got Antonio, your buddy, who was your mate. Come on, it was your mate. And we all have mates that we fall out with. Now you've got Antonio, who I'm not his fucking mate. I've never spoke to him. I've never spoke to you. Now you've got Antonio sitting there going, people are accusing me of rape. People are starting to bandy things around that are of a nature that are so crude and like disharmonizing and hurtful to people who've been through situations. It beggars belief that it's a truth community. It's okay to disagree. It's okay for, I don't agree with half the shit you get. We're here now, Vancouver BC thinks I'm part of you. But if he listens to the fucking show and this is not a fucking act, Vancouver BC. You know what I mean? He's sitting there going, this is a fucking, the paranoid to fuck. The paranoid, and the paranoia will get us killed. The paranoia will cause us harm. And I'm saying, I'm 53, by the way. I'll own up to you to let you know. No genius, mate. Just street knowledge. No genius. Don't know anything. I'm not pushing anything. Not selling anything. My channel's not monitored. Not interested. But you know what? I know we've been lied to as much as everyone else. I know this is not a globe I'm standing on. I don't know what it is, but I know it's not a globe. So I'm in the same situation as everybody else. I'm no smart ass. But if we were on the front line, mate, and we were pushing for truth against an enemy, would we be standing there sniping at each other or insinuating about child sex abuse, rape? Would we? We wouldn't. We'd be facing that way. The people who are doing that, you're like, hang on, there's an agenda there. They're trying to fuck me up. That's got to be a shield. That's got to be a paid shield because they're fucking people up. Because why else would they do that? Anyone in the heart who is a truth seeker, right or wrong, whatever personality, would never turn to another man and degrade them in that way. Now, I've got my own, and it is an assumption. I'll agree with you. It's an assumption. This is an assumption. I'm not pointing a finger, and I'm not accusing, and I'm not saying this is you. But I've got my own thoughts on you in the sense that you've got your thoughts on me. This is all new to you. This is as new to you as it is to everyone else. This whole chat shit and getting involved with all this level of people. I think it is, mate. It's wrong. Well, okay, I'm just saying it's new to you in the sense of it might be a couple of years.
I've heard, sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt because I've heard about 15 blanket statements. You started by saying, can I ask you a question? You've asked a question in the middle of a blanket of statements, some of them about child sex abuse comments. I'm going to clarify for what you're talking about is a guy called Nikon who's got no name, no face. He's a nobody.
And he comes in hard.
Martin, just chill and stick yourself on mute, mate. I've got to make this point.
Yeah, man, you're right.
Right, so I've got a guy who's a faceless potato making accusations against me, of which I can't remember. And my point, which you've made for me in your little diatribe, is that a faceless potato can make whatever accusation they like against me and get away with it. So I can do the same back to them and accuse them of eating babies to make a point. And the fact that it triggered you, you've then seen my full explanations about it using Tim Osman, hanging cartoons. You know my answer, but you've still got a bee in your bonnet because it's triggered you. Well, that's not my fucking problem. Sort your own problems out. If it's triggered you, try and understand the context of why I've put it in there to trigger people. I've done it so that people recognise that an outrageous claim, how dare you assume that I've got anything to do with promoting that kind of shite? Absolutely not. It's an outrage. Child abuse, anything like that is an absolute disgust to me. That's why I use it. So it disgusts people. And it disgusts me that faceless potatoes can accuse me, Nathan Oakley, of whatever the hell they like and get away with it. So I've made that point and you've recognised it. You've even talked it back to me using Tim Osman, my example, with the faceless potato being hung by a vacuum hose. Well, yeah, I can do what I like to a cartoon and they can do what they like to me. And so it goes on. But unfortunately, at some point, you have got triggered about not the actual point, but the tool I've used to make my point. And for that, I can apologise. If I used rape as an example, as that's currently in the Flat Earth news, it would serve the same purpose. If I was using it to highlight the fact that someone's a faceless potato and can make whatever accusations they like behind a veil of anonymity. Now we've got Glenn Butler, who's at least had the manliness to put forward his real name. Flat Earth Vancouver, BC is no longer. He may be lying. I can only take him at his word. If he's still a lying shit, that's disappointing. But he says his name's Glenn Butler. My hat is off to him. At least he's had the courage to come forward and say, this is me doing this stuff. And I do the same. This was my main point. You've got somebody I don't know, mindfulness. I don't know your name. You have got an avenue to say, I'm going to go and attack this guy. That's how we do it here in Scouse shithole land. Well, you can do that because you've got my name. My name is Nathan Oakley. I stand by every word I say. The only issue I have, this is my only issue, is that you feel you've got the right to tell me what I can and can't do. You can and can't do this. No, wrong. I'll do exactly as I see fit, whether you like it or not. Whatever the hell your name is. I have no idea. I don't care about
love you,
videos.
Nathan.
I don't love you, brother. And I don't give a two fucks what you care about, mate. I don't give a shit about your shitty life because I don't know you. If, on the other hand, you approach me, get to know me and maybe my problems, I might have some empathy for you. But to me, you're nobody. That doesn't mean I don't sympathise with people in your situation. If I know them and get to understand their situation, I don't know you from Adam. Who are you?
That's it. That's
Did you not hear the question? Who are you?
So,
Name, he means. Because I'm not actually leaker, and I've always used my own name, and everybody knows where I live, who I am, and I don't give a shit. You fucking love you, Nathan. You're my fucking hero.
Martin, it's not.
I'll go.
It's not a gangbang, Martin. It's people fucking having.
I get it. I get it. All right, I know.
It's not the fucking schoolyard where we jump in on each other. Let the two guys talk to each other without you butting in.
So I've obviously triggered you there, Nathan. Like,
not at all. I'm cool, mate. I've got my diatribe out like you did.
Sorry, mate. What's that?
I'm done, mate. I'm not triggered.
Oh, it very much sounded like to me, mate, just the same as I was triggered. Well, I admit I was triggered because I'm honest about it. I was triggered.
Yeah.
So I triggered.
Yeah, I was triggered. Maybe if I keep my tone, you'll assume that I'm not triggered if I'm nice and calm. We'll say it. Who are you?
The thing is, mate, exactly. I'm not insulting you. You're insulting me. You're trying to belittle me, but I'm not trying to insult you.
Now whisper really quietly. Who are you?
Right, so you know, it's obvious that it's just a personality thing here.
I asked a question. He can't answer me. He's giving me a load of shit back telling me I'm triggered. Just answer my question. Who are you?
What's the who are you kind of shit?
Is it a difficult question to answer? It's a simple enough question.
Not at all. I'm trying to discover who I am. It's a journey, isn't it? It's a journey. I haven't become who I am.
Just fucking tell him who. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Martin, just go there now.
Yeah, sorry. This makes me nuts.
Just
the question over and over.
Right, so can you hear me? Can anybody hear me here?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, I can hear you.
All good. I can hear everything.
So what I see is, you know, speaking to Sean explained to me, you know, where he was in his mind making these videos and the reasons he was making them and blah, blah, blah. And I understand that, you know, and obviously, you know, it's a suspicious game we're involved in here. So everybody's suspicious of everybody. And people are acting on emotional impulses, you know, and then maybe realising later on that they've acted on an emotional impulse, made assumptions to know who people are. You know, it's a fine and delicate game that's happening. You know, but for me, it just seems like personality clash.
Well, I mean, I don't know about personalities. You said that we come on this show, make claims, and
it is, Dallas. We're doing exactly what you wanted, brother.
Hold on, Martin. Sorry, I've asked a couple of questions and got no answers. I still don't know what videos you're talking about. I still don't know this gentleman who's got my name in his mouth over and over again. Still haven't got an introduction. I mean, I don't know about this, where you come from, Del, but I tend to make introductions on my show, introduce the guests so they know each other's names. Obviously, that's not where you do it, where you come from. I don't know this guy's name. He knows my name. Kind of my point. But there we go. I still don't know his name. I don't know what his gripe is, and I don't know what videos he's talking about.
It's not through ignorance. It's just because I assumed that he's knew each other, you know, from previous going by. So apologies for not introducing. But, you know, Sean, Nathan, Martin, you know, Marshall.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Dal, for pissing on your show. I'm sorry. It's just me. I'm emotional. I'm sorry, really am. I mean,
well, this is the point, Martin. But you know, it's like
you tend to bring it out in me, brother. I don't know what it is with you. You tend to like a fucking just lay it on the table with you. I don't know what it is, guy. Sorry.
For me, it's just about understanding. It's not about a camp. It's not about fucking, you know, let's jump Nathan's camp or let's jump John's camp.
I think Nathan is definitely entitled to an explanation for what he done there, because that was a big blast out there, Del Boy. You got to admit that.
I think after some consideration, or more likely, my wife pointing out to me, despite the fact that I don't know you, Sean, I should have more respect for how people will view my comments and read into what I'm saying. And while it pains me to say it, I do have a lack of respect for people, and it's something I understand I need to address. So as much as it pains me to say it, you're right.
Thank you. can I just say to you, listen, dude. Listen, dude. I've got goose pimples. You've just spoke honestly. You've just spoke honestly. I don't care. I don't care that it was at me. You have just spoke honestly, and I respect what you've just said. Thank you.
Well, that's it.
Wow.
The last thing I will add is I don't want to offend anybody. You know, sometimes I want to make a point and I'll make it badly, but it upsets me to upset people. I do have empathy. I don't want you to
I know you do, Nathan. I see. I know you're a lovely guy. I know it. And people just get it wrong, and I know how you are, and you do get affected. You're a brilliant father. You really are.
I want to say
that aside, if it makes you feel any better, I get a lot of shit about comments. And my attitude over the course of the 18 months I've been making videos has drastically changed. So the comment you're referring to was about 12, 18 months ago. Yeah, I'm still a dick. I know I'm a dick. I realise this. I'm working.
I am too. I'm a right knob. I am. And I do it all the time. I'm sorry. I am. I'll try and behave. I really fucking will. I'm honest.
Well, this is the point. We're all dicks at points. You know what I mean? It's like it's fucking great, you know, when we can just accept who we are and appreciate it, Nathan. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking brilliant.
It is fucking brilliant.
It's when, you know, people that are deluded that think, you know, they're in denial about who they are that are an issue. I take my hat off to, you know, just, you know, I know I address things like this and I'm a dick and maybe I need to work on it. That's fucking brilliant. You know, that's all
I need to work on it. I've been rude as well back to people and reacting badly. And I tell you what, that's just creating what's happening to me, isn't it? So I got to stop doing that. I got to stop reacting. I have this mistake. I will sort it out for the new year. I'm going to do it too.
This is. Can I just say something here? Because this is a lesson here for me. I'm 53. I've told you I'm not playing on age, but why I'm saying I'm 53 is it's just the amount of time you're in this realm, the amount of time you're there. You know, if you're in a job for a certain amount of time, you get experience, you get passion, you get the know-how, you get the. Nathan, you worked in an audio centre. I'm into my music big, mate, so I look at your speakers, I look at your thing, I see that blah, blah, blah.
That system.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I get your music, I get your sound, the quality, blah, 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 your presentation, no problem. Get all that, great. What I didn't get was, when I first started watching your shows, and I watched them, by the way. Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, no problem, this is me, blah, blah, blah. Want to show you how to set this camera up, think about your background, think about this, think about that. I'm like that. I'm a videographer, by the way. I edit for a living. That's my living. We do sort of like rural street stuff, community stuff. We video it. I edit it together. I've been doing it for 20 years. I look at myself like a ghost in life because I don't play the game in reality. I found something I like to do, look through a camera at the world, watch the world. It's my passion to observe and just watch. But I ain't no genius at it. I'm just trying to find something that suits me. So I watched your videos at the beginning and I'm like, he's good at presenting. He's clean, he's fresh-faced, he's polite, he's got manners. And you did when you started. You had all them things. You had manners, politeness, freshness, the willing to put a video out there to help people. Because what we forget, people who are on this watching cannot make a video, cannot find their voice, cannot, and there's different levels. People will talk, you won't put the camera on, people will have the camera on, people like you. My name's Nathan Oakley. Kudos to you, absolute kudos to you on that score and the shit you take. But what I'm saying is, the point I want to make, and it's only a point, is if I was in your shoes and I'm not in your shoes, in my life looking after people, and again there's a man there who can say, stop me, you're lying, and he can tell if I'm telling the truth. I've been doing something protecting two people. They're gone now. They're gone. I'm ready now to go and bash and find out the truth about where I live and the lies that we've all been told. I've been part of the free man movement. We played all them games, the system, you know it, you sit there, you've watched it. We live in an island. We live on an island, all of us, we live on an island.
We're bricked. Forget
the borders, forget all the fucking control of borders, false fucking fucking splitting us up into groups. We live on an island. We're all part of the same thing. So, mate, I respected everything you did, and I was watching your videos, and I thought, yeah, you need the fucking platform. Like, yeah, I've never spoke to you, and people watching this now will go, what? This is the truth they want. This is what they want. So let's give them what they want for now, and then we'll all move on. Because I'll move on. Because to me, this is my karma coming back of what I did then to you, making them videos, sending them to Glenn. And here's the story. I didn't want to say it because he's not here to defend himself. He's not here to defend himself. So I don't want to say nothing about Glenn unless he's here to be able to rebut what I say or say what I say. So he said that. I'm not going to mention nothing about Glenn. The only thing I will mention about him is I ain't got no problem with Glenn. Glenn lost his brother, went to my heart. He told me in an email, I've lost my brother, man. I offered to send him money. Do you need some money? Because at that time in the timeline, he's just there, Vancouver, BC. He's not insulting no one. He's just in the timeline.
Oh, it is there.
So Glenn loses his brother.
So that's a part of his dealing with emotion, is it? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hang on. I made the videos because I read the comments, and I'm like, I'm doing volunteering work. I can say it now because I'm not doing it no more. 5 years in the Samaritans, working in Walton Prison, watching people fucking suicidal death on the phone, listening to people. No, listen. I'll tell you who I am, but I'm not looking for bouquets of flowers. That's just my journey. So, you know, I'm not sitting here going, oh, this is my kid here, and I've done this, and I've done this, listen to me. No, I know shit. I'm just standing in this moment going, we've been lied to, we're lied to. For years, we've all known the system's corrupt, and we've all worked that out, and 9/11, and this and that, and fucking Camelot, and Project this and Project that, and we've all moved through it. And we've arrived here with this fucking thing of the globe. Hang on, with water. Shit. I remember in school, oh yeah, Australians live upside down. But that's fucking stupid, miss. Shut up and go and sit there. Write 10 lines. You shouldn't ask fucking questions. I should not speak. 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 That's all I was writing in school. I played football and sports. I should not speak. I should not speak. And I'm thinking, what do you mean? I went through loads of years of my life. I should not speak.
I got caned every single fucking day.
So I appreciated what you said. I appreciated all your shit. But, you know, who am I? I'm happy to tell you who I am. When I see some honesty coming back off people and they're honest, I got nothing to hide, mate. But I have to feel that honesty. That's just the thing. I didn't feel it off yet because I don't know yet. You didn't feel off me. You don't know me. I give that honesty to Vancouver, BC. I even told them in an email, lads, you remind me of me when I was young. I was wanting to spout my mouth off and say this and this, and you're not afraid to open your mouth. I respect people who open their mouth because I was fucking silent for years.
Yeah, I get that, and I get that, and I was moved at the fact that he said he posts because of me. You know, he said I was the reason I'm posting is because of Martin. He watched me, and then it inspired him to fucking post. I'm like, oh God, like, you know.
I mean, you can see that Glenn's a guy in pain, and
yes,
he doesn't strike me as somebody that strikes me as somebody that's hitting back as opposed to just a nasty fucker, you know. And I do feel his pain. I mean, I tend to interact with people I like, you know. So when I'm knocking people, making videos, you know, some people get that, you know, when I've made a horrible video about JLB, he's immediately got in touch and gone, nice video, because he gets the point, you know. And I do know your videos because one of your videos I saw that you made about Martin. Now, this has got a bit more of a backstory to it, which I don't know whether or not we go into it, probably not.
No, not Oxford.
You made a video about Martin, right? And as soon as I saw it, I went, right, that's a hater video. I'm going to take ownership of that. And I immediately mirrored it. And it took the sting out because then it's like we're laughing along with you. You know, it's like we get the joke. Do you see what I mean? So it sort of took the sting out of it. I don't know. Martin, like
I've done it myself. It's true. You do, yeah.
It takes the sting out. If you see something that's fucking horrible, you go, right, well, I'll own that joke. I'll have that. That's mine. You know, I'll take ownership of that piss take. So, you know, it's one of those that you see people, and I like what you said earlier. I won't name and shame anybody because, like you say, they're not here to defend themselves. But I had a conversation just last night with somebody about unrelated subject, but they didn't know me. They've left me comments, You know, they've talked to me on random hangouts in passing, but I don't know them. Literally, but people assume that they know me. It's like, no, you've seen my show. And while it's not scripted, it is contrived. And don't take that the wrong way for anybody watching it. Everything we do, this is contrived right now.
Yes,
and people don't seem to get that. You know, they think that this is reality. It's not. We're all sat on our own. We're all, you know, I've got my wife next to me, but, you know, to all intents and purposes, we're not interacting on the same level. We don't get that chemistry. And by chemistry, it's that thing that stops you saying the wrong thing that might get you punched in the face, you know, and you only have that kind of chemical reaction when you're actually in the room with someone. And we have a problem, and I kind of know what you're going on about when you say this is all new to you. Well, for me, it's not. I've been online doing chat rooms and hangouts and forums since mid-90s. You know, this is really old to me. So I've seen the psychology of people, and it's my take on it is to call it the million miles of wire syndrome. When someone's got a million miles of wire between them and yourself, you tend to find that people will be badly behaved, especially when they're anonymous. So from day one, from my very first account, which is the same account I've got now on AOL, Nathan Oakley 1980, when my friend showed me how to use AOL, he had a random screen name and he went into an AIM, Instant Messenger, found a random girl and asked her what she was wearing anonymously. And in that moment, I went, I don't want to do that. I want everything I do online to be perfectly happy for anyone to shove it in my face. So someone in your chat room, Del, said, I've screen capped all this. I was like, good. So make sure you screen cap me telling you to suck my balls. You know, I don't care. Everything I put online has got my name next to it. And I am acutely aware of that fact. So when, no offense, I know we've had our tete-a-tete now and we have acknowledged each other's points of view. But before this point, it makes instead of me having empathy when somebody who doesn't know me tells me I should understand their situation, it's impossible. I don't know you. How the hell can I know your situation? I don't know you. But if you approach me and then chat with me, get to know me, I can have empathy for you. That's the only way you can. But the viewers, and I'm going to say it, the thick viewers, not saying this to you personally, it's a different situation, but the people who are so in tune with EastEnders assume that this contrived situation right now is me as I would be with my wife or friends in person. And it lacks that chemical element, that element that means I can scream about Scousers the way I did earlier. God, I'm regretting some of the stuff I said. Because it would get me punched in the face if I was actually next to you and you had 5 Scousers here overhear it. They would. They'd jump on me. You know, they'd beat me up.
Do you know what they call the Scouser in a 3-bedroom house round here?
What?
Good.
A burglar.
I mean, the reality is, Scousers are lovely. I've been to, you know, every part of the UK is pretty much the same, apart from the accent. Nobody's any different. You know, we're all pretty much, people are people. You know, we're all the same. We've all got feelings. We've all got emotions. And a lot of the time, we only care about ourselves. That's not to say
I love my kids more than my life. I swear I do.
They're directly related to you. You and your own is what I mean by that. You know, most people are pretty self-absorbed. You know, you can relate to other people, but on the whole, and again, don't take this the wrong way, Sean, but you immediately react to your situation. How is this affecting me? And it's like, to the guy on the other end of the video screen or making the comment, he doesn't care. And that, in this instance, is me. Now, I feel tremendously guilty because I feel like I have got to know you. I've seen your passion. You're right. In the argument, you know, if you want to call it that, it was, you know, you get to know a person. You get to see their emotions. And yeah, my blood was boiling. Yeah, I'm lying. Of course I was triggered. But you don't want to say that. But you get to see that. You know, you get to see my bullshit.
But you see, can I just add something and I'll finish off then just on that point there? Would you say you've got a responsibility because you're more advanced consciously within this field to the people coming through? Would you agree that there's a certain amount of responsibility with the truth? It's like
with the truth or with the people. That's two different things.
Well, yeah, well, the truth to the people, because I'll tell you how I feel, and I'll give you all. When I go out into the world and you walk amongst the people, and they're in the shops and they're consuming and all this games and they're running to pay the council tax, or they're worrying about the television license, and you look at them and you go, wow, they're in this game of like control, and you see them like racing cars going around their life, going out the same time, coming back with the shop. And we all, that's how I see reality within the city of Liverpool. And I'm not going to paint everyone with the same brush, but the mechanics of the matrix within the matrix of Liverpool, where I can speak from and vouch from, the mechanics of the matrix is I see the machine, the control, and it's the energy of the people that feeds the control. So I refuse to take part in that. Like, we all refuse to take part in that. It's not just me. I know we all refuse to take part in that. But then, if we're this ship breaking the ice for the new consciousness for my kids, for your kids, for Dell's kids, for Martin's kids, to not suffer that consequence, is it then not a responsibility that we don't look at these people as fucking retards? Or, I mean, some of the shit that people, I swear to God, people can go on my comments. I swear more in real life, but I just try to keep it dignified, me in comments, and I beg at anyone to go and see if they can find out, fuck you retard. Or the worst I've ever been was with Spaceman, and I was very sarcastic.
Basically, when you were having that, I was like, I went to Nathan and said, Nathan, Spaceman's battering the fuck out of one of ours. Do you want to do us a favour, me and you? So we arrived in chat, and then basically we arrived into the show, and well, actually, I fucking started it, and Nathan finished him off by Spaceman. And that was why I went in shit. I was sick to death of the way you were sitting there and putting up with his bullshit like that tonight. And the way he's speaking to you was so terrible, brother.
No, Martin, no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh, I want to put up with him, me.
The method of me madness. I sat there.
I was wondering about that.
I sat there with 4 of them ball eaters next to Todd,
shouting, fucking senses.
Martin, please, just let me say something, please. And they all insulted me, 4 of them, but I said nothing. But I wanted to get past that. I wanted to get past the, you're a fucking retard, you're thick, didn't you go to school, you Scouse bastard, you're this. I sat there and took all that, but I was happy to take it because I didn't associate with it. It didn't mean nothing to me. I had no association with the fact that
I got you.
The insults they were throwing me, there was no connection, none whatsoever. So I wanted to get past the wall, and I did that. And when they started talking amongst themselves, they started arguing with themselves, and I went, bye.
In your point, I've got to reiterate this though, Sean, because it was beautifully put, and it was in the midst of your question, which is how you view Liverpool is the Matrix as far as I'm concerned. So when people describe nonsense about alternative realities, no. Look at the systems, the literal systems that we have in place. That's your Matrix. Yeah. This is one of them, what we're involved in right now. So when people describe it as a simulation, no. You can see it working. You can see the cogs. You're part of it. And you just, as soon as you understand that, the metaphor of unplugging from a binary computer-controlled matrix, that's just a metaphor for what you've just described so beautifully.
It is.
Yeah. So I finished the point, and then I'm done. I swear I'll end it. Just to finish the point with Nathan, then I swear to God I'll finish. I'll just sit quiet. About the responsibility with the truth. I think we all have a responsibility with the truth, and I think those who are coming behind us, if I'm leaving a footprint of all that, and that's why, Nathan, I put the videos on private, all them videos I made about you, because I looked at your video with your child and I realised that you got a child and that you're a father. I'm a father twice over. I've been that. I felt it, the birth and all the joy you feel, and I see your pictures of your baby on the floor, beautiful, and I'm like, I don't want to be part of this shit and I put them on private about 4 weeks ago, agonising, thinking, I don't want them on my timeline. I've learned, I made a mistake. I got triggered by what I'd seen in life and the suffering that had been put on me by listening to other people. And I got triggered, and I was like trying to stand up for them. But then when I seen it on my timeline, and as I've moved on, I'm like, because I don't hold grudges, mate. I don't hold on to anything.
I'm not that.
Nothing at all, mate. I try to go forward as light as possible. And so, you know, if tomorrow comes, it's another day, but it's only now. my point is Nathan, that I'd like you to think about is we do have a responsibility, and more so you than me, because you've got the presenter, you can interview people, you've got that about your personality, you've got that in your aura, and for the most part, people, you know how to get the story out of people. That's what I'm saying. You know how to get their story out of them. So all that good work I see you doing there, it's like it's a different Nathan with horns in the comments, and it's like I think these people who read that and then the shit you get, it doesn't justify it. And then I'm like, if you understand about
just deserve an answer. I mean, you're asking, is there a responsibility? And I think you're right, because you've beautifully illustrated it again. So I can't really disagree with you, because you are right. But in terms of the horned monster, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely spot on. I have got monsters. Everybody has. I'm fortunate in the fact that I know my monsters really well. Now, I won't go into details of why I know my monsters, but I do. And I do let them out in the comments. You know, I will let the monsters out. Fortunately, I can rein them back in again nice and easily. But as it's been pointed out for the last 18 months, and you've just said it again, you know, I like you more and more, mate, the more I talk to you. But you pointed out, there is no need. We aren't part of that. We don't have to partake in the belittling of others, calling them retards. It's unnecessary. So yeah. I'm starting to get it. We've all got our faults.
That's it.
Good conversation. I've enjoyed that. I want to sit back and have this. Siggy, thank you very much. I appreciate the time to exchange with Martin and Nathan there, Del. I very much appreciate that.
It was, man. Cool. Appreciate you coming on, mate, and being honest. That's what it's about, you know, just fucking confronting things head on. You can be, you know, we can have these confrontations without, you know, fear it. You know, eventually, you know, once we get past the tittle-tattle or the anxiousness and acting on impulse, we can start to understand each other and break through it. It's just that most people try and avoid that initial confrontation with each other. You know, and it's no difficult, and it's good to watch. You know. So, and the fact is that, you know, we all can be dicks. We don't need to like each other. You know, Martin pisses me off because he butts in all the fucking time and he annoys me. But, you know, I don't hold any, you know, I can say that to Martin and Martin can accept it because he knows who he is. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, communicating. Because Martin annoys me doesn't mean to say I need to hate Martin. You know what I mean? But
sorry, Del. I know I'm a knob.
It's the reason we love him.
Oh, I try, Del. I do try, brother, but I ain't fucking perfect. I'm trying. I'll try better. I'll try harder too. I will.
I'm a knob and all, mate. You know, I'm no fucking perfect. There's people that think I'm a total prick.
Right, I'm gonna go before I start having to call myself a knob again. So thank you very much for having me, Del. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sean. The guy with the switches and controls, Teen, is it?
Yeah,
nice to meet you as well, my friend. I'll see you later, Martin.
Chat, dude.
See you later, brother.
You did a good job, mate. Bye for now.
Cheers, mate. See you later, man.
Cheers, Jim.
I'm going to cut out now, people. Anyway, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of the show. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Sean. Cheers, man.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. So, Martin, I'm just going to have a wee look through chat and see what's happening and stuff. Who have we got? Anything interesting happening in the chat?
Yeah, Tracy's there, and I do like Tracy. She's do you know Jeff's wife? She's lovely, she is.
I don't know any of them. I'm just seeing.
They're friends from America, they are. I've been friends with them a long while, and they're really nice people.
Yeah.
All of them. God, a lot of people in there, mate. You got a lot of people in there.
Yeah, Jeff seems to think it's all scripted.
Right, well, Jeff Stewart say ban Richard Clanton. I'd love to, Jeff, oh brother, I would love to. He's given me a hell, and I want to break through with him, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. He's got some strange ideas about me.
So what's scripted? What you know, that the whole night's scripted, giving people the opportunity to confront each other and speak. You know, whatever. This is, you know,
the opportunity's there for Jeff as well, isn't it?
Well, that's it. You know, the opportunity's there for everybody if they've got a claim to make. If it's fake, come on, Jeff, and fucking prove your point. You know? But I don't even know who Jeff is.
He's freaking awesome, is who he is. He's Jeff Stewart, man. He's the self-proclaimed most hated man in the flat earth. Don't you know Jeff Stewart, Del? He knows you. I'm going to put subtitles on my videos for him because he can't understand my Welsh, apparently.
You know, that's it. That was good tonight. You know, just fronting anything up and give people the opportunity to bring their claims, hash things out. Obviously, the people who don't, that want to keep making claims but don't want to come and confront, they're either spineless, you know, too scared, or they're just pushing an agenda. For me, it's as simple as that. So, you know, the ones who continue to do it for the background will just be ignored for now, and they're totally irrelevant. You know, it's just child's play.
There's Glenn there. He's in a chat now. The fellow we were just talking about.
But why is he came back now and it's all over with? You know, Sean was here, you were here, Nathan was here, you know, Patricia was here earlier. You know, everybody was here. They had the options, they had the choice to bring proofs and make their claims, and they never. So. So who else is here? Laurie Gale's here, Sean Radican. Yeah, I've lost where I was in the chat.
It's moving pretty quick. I'll give it that. Well, I think it's safe to assume Jed's probably here as well. Jed, you could come on and have your say.
Jed, where are you, bruv? He is there. Of course, he's bloody there. I said that earlier in chat.
You know, people they'll not confront it out and just have a face-to-face. They'll wait until they've got a wee controlled environment and then try and slant everything a certain way. You know, we're opening it up here for everybody. You know, they can come in.
Like Richard Clark, he's in chat. He gives me a dog's life. Now, I would love for him to turn around and be a good person because he was in the early days. That would be another breakthrough.
But again, you know, I appreciate Nathan and Sean coming on, and you know, at least they show strength of character. You know, they come on, they say what they have to say, and they resolve it. You know, as I say, we can realise that we act on impulse and we behave in certain ways, but we can't keep holding each other to these things that have happened in the past. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, don't exist anymore. They're just gone.
We all have a right to move on and advance. You know what I mean? Without people trying to hold you to what you used to be.
We've got everyone in there. Del Propaganda's in there. Yes, Proper Brother. Everyone is there.
What's this therapy, Del's therapy thing? Well, it's no therapy. It's just, for me, it's just the way it should fucking be. People should be able to just confront each other and say openly and have discussion without this fear of confrontation. It's just the fear of confrontation that stops people from actually breaking through and understanding each other. You know what I mean?
So brilliant, yeah, mate. Very, very good.
But that's it, you know, and because we don't confront each other, we go away and it festers and it eats away at people, and they start to have these demons and they start lashing out and saying things, you know, because people are hurting. They don't want that.
I'm hurting. I wish to God I could speak to Jeff Stewart because he's a brother. Oh, I consider a brother.
Yeah.
Someone I can trust. Someone I can trust, and trust, as you know, is a rare commodity.
Well, you know, I don't throw trust about like that. You know, if that guy's here and he's saying this
we've been through a lot.
Well, you know, he's here saying it's scripted, so that this guy's got issues as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he thinks everything's a fucking psyop, doesn't he? That's his thing. You know, he thinks we're all part of something fucking a bigger thing, like, and there's a script, but it fucking ain't.
The psyop's the part that's trying to keep people on an emotional level, arguing with each other over fucking mindless points. That's where the psyop part is for me.
Yeah, man.
You know, the psyop's no, you know, the flat earth.
Right, this guy gotta be timed out. I'm sorry, but he's.
What's that?
Sorry, somebody in chat is just starting this abusive strain and one another is name calling, like, and just bounced him a second.
It's just fucking name calling. It's the lowest form of intelligence. You know what I mean? If that's all people have got. Boekaya, Del, Duncan has proof of a spinning ball. Well, Duncan's free to fucking produce this proof of a spinning ball.
Yes, please, Duncan.
Where is the proof, Duncan? Point to it.
Oh, he's happy to point out his proof. Oh, please. I would be really excited. It's been a long, long time of trying to find any proofs.
Laurie Gale, I would much rather have it out in a video than a hit piece. Exactly. On air. That's why I done this. You know, people can free to say what they want to each other, you know, and let other people view it, and then people can come to their own conclusion and understanding. You know, rather than one wee group sniping and bitching and another wee group sniping and bitching, let's just fucking meet it head on.
I feel quite sorry for Laurie, because she's getting attacked through a group of people, and they're coming in hard and making videos about her.
Well, you know,
I was actually considering whether we could help her, you know, by doing something counteractive and as together as a group to try and help her.
What's a lesson? What's a lesson? It's a lesson because, you know, Laurie's you know, get herself involved with misrepresenting like myself, you know, so then she gets a chance to see it happening to her and she realises that it's no good. You know what I mean? So it's not about people feeling sorry for each other. It's about realising the reality and the truth of what's actually happening. I've lost touch with the chat again.
It's quick.
Yeah. Come out, Jed, we can see your wee ginger beard. You know, I watched this the other night, you know, the two of them getting drunk. And
yeah, he's a proper Scotsman, isn't he, with his ginger? Yeah, true.
Have you ever seen the sketch, the Scotch and Rye sketch? I sent it to Marshall earlier with Ricky Fulton, and he does the last call. And it's like, you know, he's like a priest. And he sits and does the talk. Remember, it used to go on British TV at night. You used to get the priest talking at night time. You know, last call it was called. But he's drinking the water, and he thinks it's water, but it's actually gin. He slowly but surely gets drunk, and that sketch was a perfect example of that hangout that I watched. You know, they started off kind of decent, and then just descended into drunken fucking idiocy. Crazy.
Yeah, no, I watched every bit of it. I tried to get in on that because I wanted to defend myself.
Making ridiculous claims and talking about you and misrepresenting you, you know, all the underhanded tactics of manipulation. But yet here we are, you've got an open platform for them to come and say what they have to say, and they don't, they just hide away. So, you know, and the whole point of the night was, you know, showing how people can talk to each other, and the fact that nothing's going to change the fact that it's not a fucking globe. End of story. That's what the whole thing's about. You know, where do we live? So all this personal stuff, it's got nothing to do with it. You know, obviously we need to understand it and move through it and have a look at it, but you know, it's got to end at some point. We can't keep going round in circles with each other's personal fucking problems. You know?
It's taken up at least the last 6 months, and you know, I think people are getting wise to that now. It's not productive to get distracted in a lot of superficial emotional stuff.
Yeah.
Tasha's in chat as well.
I like drama that's challenging, no fucking mindless bitchy drama. That's just fucking boring. Yeah. Sorry, who's in chat?
Sasha, often right.
Oh, how's it going?
Fluid.
Tyler Durden. Are the flat earth people in here ones that believe in a dome firmament, or are you guys the ice wall type? Is it definitely flat or concave plane? No, the only claim you get here is that it has to be a container of some sort to hold the water. It's a testable fact of life, you know. You know, don't have any beliefs in domes, firmaments. We live in pressure, so it would tell me it has to be some sort of contained unit. But to say it's a dome, you know, no, you don't get a claim like that here. Concave, it could well be, but you know, but we don't live in the inner walls of it. No, that's just ridiculous. Richard Clark, are you talking of the sticks and their shadow? Two different points. Is this somebody trying to make a proof with the shadows of sticks? If you got a close light source, it doesn't matter. You're going to have different shadows. Oh.
That's not valid. It's a bullshit experiment. It's been busted. It's just doesn't make fucking sense.
Yeah. I said that before about shadows. You know, if I'm in an open field and you know, you've got the sun out and there's a couple of clouds, you know, you can look at the size of the cloud and kind of gauge the size of the cloud and look at the area that it's covering, the shadow. You know, and it's massive in comparison to the cloud. So if that sun was really that far away, the shadow would be virtually the same size as the cloud.
True, true.
So you try it with a torch, you know, with a shadow on the wall, pull the torch further away from you, you'll see what I mean. So.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that.
Jeff Lorett says, I'm so sick of being put down by flat earthers.
I am too. I'm sick of it too.
Those who appreciate my presence blame the meanies for making me leave this chat now. You know, that's it. This is what we're talking about. People do have emotions and feelings. They're not, everybody's not, you know, at different levels. And if people are just mindlessly name calling, like Orphan Red and Target and all that, that's bully tactics. That's not acceptable. And it shouldn't be fucking happening. If Laurie Gale or any of these people have got something to say about somebody, then come on and say it. But say it with proof. Make your point. Why it's valid. Where, you know, not just make mindless fucking name calling. It doesn't make any sense. You're just morons. So,
hey, that's name calling.
No, but it's not a name calling, but it's an observation of the behaviour that you're seeing. You know, it's not mindless name calling, it's an observation of their behaviour. So it's a shame that if, you know, if Orphan Red leaves because of that, you know, it's a form of bullying as far as I'm concerned. So it doesn't need to be about this, you know, who's got a gripe with anybody. We can change the subject. If anybody wants to come on and talk about philosophy or, you know, anything else, a proof, whatever. But Marshall and Martin, I'm going to leave you for 2 minutes just to go to the toilet.
You do it, brother.
Yeah, cool, dude. John, you're back in.
I am, yes.
Right, yeah. Good to see you back.
But I'll just let you get on with it. I feel I've stepped out of the twilight for a while.
Yeah, we just had a change of pace. A few people working a few things out, you know, which I think is cool. I think it's something that everybody, you know, viewing this can take away with them and think, right, okay, well, we can all evolve as people, you know, and unless we start doing that, we're going to have a problem. You know?
Yeah, I generally had to leave. I had a phone call, so I've been on the phone since. So I missed out on anything that's been going on. Any relevant chat going on?
Yeah, man. It's just too fluid. I'm just soaking it all in. Different things going on.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit phased, dude, because
I am phased. Some good people in chat, though.
Yeah, it's nice to see so many, you know.
Yeah, man. Everyone's there. Most of the FE's there. You know, shout out to Prop, Elise 444, and Jeff Stewart, who can't understand a word I'm saying. So I'm thinking about putting subtitles in my videos for Jeff. He said he watched a video of mine the other day. I don't know what he was saying. I'm sure he knows what he was saying, but I don't know what he was saying. See, I can understand every word he says. Not that bad. I think I sound posh, don't I, Marshall?
I don't think America's got such extreme range of accents like the UK has.
Oh, they have. You got like the Bostonians. They like really the other American dialects can't understand one another. Jeff was saying last night on his show, like if you're from Boston, they can't understand Jeff, and people from like New Jersey, because they're really you know, fluent accent as well, they can't understand one another apparently. I don't.
Oh well.
But you know, we got that problem here. They reckon that the St. James's Bible stopped that problem. The regional dialect, apparently, like say I come from South Wales and I go 100 miles north, nobody would understand a word I was saying.
I think you'd be fine in Orkney because Orkney has often been confused with the Welsh accent.
Really?
Yeah.
I always thought the Orkneys and Shetland sounded a bit Nordic because they were a bit. No, it's interesting.
No, they've got a lot of Nordic names and places, but their accent is sometimes very similar to the Welsh. The Orkney, and I've met a lot of
Celts
who've been Welsh.
Oh, he's all right, guys.
Yeah, awesome.
Cool.
What an insult, eh?
On your back.
Only joking.
What's happening?
Not a great deal. There's a guy in chat asking if you can hear the patch. I've only got it half patched, dude. It doesn't sound like something broadcastable. But I'll promise if I keep doing this, then I'll make something more musical and people can hear it because it does sound nice, you know.
Wicked.
What's that?
Somebody's talking about the Pittsburgh that they can see in the camera, the synthesizer.
All right.
Yeah. It's just pretty to look at, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wicked. I love it.
Yeah.
Lights and knobs and stuff. Stuff.
I love it, but most of what I use it for is to create drones, which is not like to everybody's musical taste. Long evolving soundscape type sounds.
I like Pink Floyd.
Yeah, it's more like a personal meditation, dude. It's quite, for me, it's strange because I'm not a musician, you know. I just like the zen of it.
Any chance of a tune then, Del, or is there no chance of a tune? Be a little wing, man. I tell you, I'll make my year. That would be done,
The problem is, Martin, that this camera, when you play the acoustic, the sound, it doesn't pick everything up here.
I get you.
It's not got a good enough mic in it, mate. So it just sounds like shit.
All right,
you're gonna have to get that cord patched in there, Del. Just that could be your promise. I'll promise I'll patch this. You have to promise you'll get that sound card plugged in.
Yeah, I can see that. I can put the electric in here or whatever, you know. So
absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
Look how Dan's got a pickup in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
One more.
Yeah. Johnny, you feed the dog?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, she's a right pest. Sorry.
So how did you feel about that earlier, John?
About what?
How did you feel about the situation earlier?
Well, firstly, I generally did have a phone call to go, but I thought who's that guy again from Liverpool?
Sean.
Who?
Sean.
Hi, Sean. I mean, what happened was what you wanted to happen, so I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah.
But I just thought that maybe if Martin and Sean had issues, and just wondering why they couldn't sort that out themselves. But a fair point. I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it, but I would personally rather talk about the big issue that we're being lied to rather than hearing people's personal squabbles. Which admit that I'm not criticising you, Martin. I mean you.
Oh, I get it. I just think it's part of YouTube.
I understand you both got issues and you want to talk on them, but I personally would prefer if you did that in your own time. But I don't find it very. I'm not that interested.
If anything, any lessons can be learned from tonight from all these people who watch this video, which will be a lot, right? The lessons will be learned of how people can basically be brave enough to, confront their own, foibles or problems or whatever, and admit them on film and say that they're willing to move on and go forward and heal. Well, that's a beautiful fucking thing, I reckon. And I reckon tonight was really, really cool. I reckon. I reckon it was awesome what happened.
But that's good. That's good you think that, Martin, and I have no issue with that whatsoever. I'm happy you think that. Yeah. But for me personally, I felt there was a lot of emotion there, and if somebody thought these things about me, I would just think, oh, I couldn't care less. But if you think that, I'm not going to.
I get it. Take it personal. Keep it offline and do the sort of shit on person.
We're all different, Martin. I'm not saying anything to criticise you. I'm just saying we're all different. I mean, if that was me, I wouldn't be too emotional if somebody thought something of me. I think, well, that's your opinion. That's fine. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. I know. I'm just a bit bitey. I know. I'm just.
See, again, it's like that's it. You know, John's entitled to be John, and
yeah, he's cool.
Be where he is in his mind, and he sees it. You know, and I can concur. I can't be bothered with mindless drama, but you know, I wanted to highlight it, bring it to the forefront, look at it. You know. So I, you know, I get involved and do what I do, but I totally get where John comes from as well, you know, and I've always said that, you know, the petty drama has just not got a place in this. This is an objective question for me. It's you know, about the earth that we're living on. It's a question for us all that we need to come to an understanding of. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if there's something I'm not happy about, Martin, I'm not going to come and say you're wrong. I just said that. Oh, I prefer it wasn't dirty washing being used on a public forum, but I can take myself out of that. You know, it's not for me to control the subject matter. I just give my opinion, and although I would have stayed on if I didn't get a phone call, that's why I've come back on. But yeah, I would prefer to talk about real issues rather than people's personal squabbles. But
yeah, that's it. That's a whole
point. Looks like Jeff just got banned in there. So,
what's that? Sorry,
I think Jeff just got banned. His wife just told me. Tracy, my friend.
All right.
Unfortunate. He was only playing with me. We got this sense of humour, and he was joking with me. And the moderator, took it as personal, and he banned him.
You know, well, that's it. But that's it. You know, so you know, I totally agree with John. You know, it's the bigger issues, the bigger questions. The personal squabbles for me are, you know, childish. It's just absolutely unnecessary. We need to move on to another level. You know.
I mean, if I've got a personal squabble with, say, Martin, and I'm taking up maybe an hour of the conversation here, I think that's taken away for you and teen watching about wanting to involve your critical thinking in the bigger issue. Because you're paying attention to my squabble with Martin, and although maybe a relevant squabble, I just think, well, me and Martin should sort it out before we come on air. But that's my personal view. I know it's not everybody's view.
No, but that's that. You know, I can agree with that. That's how I like to operate. You know, so we're allowed to be different. You know, that's the whole point.
Yes, we are. And the good thing that came out of that, as Martin said, you know, they seem to have formed a better relationship and a better understanding. So that's all good. But I would prefer to listen to people talking about the big lie. That's the only difference. You know?
Yeah. So.
Del boy, I've got to make a drink a minute because my mouth's like a witch's tit. Do you mind?
I appreciate you coming on anyway, mate.
So. I know worries. It was a real experience tonight, and I've got a real honour for you to have me on here. I really appreciate it, brother. Thanks.
Cheers,
I'll catch you next time. God bless, John. Thanks, mate.
Cheers,
Marshall, catch you soon, brother.
See you later, dude.
See you later, brother. Thanks.
See you later, mate. Cheers. So, so you know what's left to discuss? The globe. It's a fucking lie. Now that we've sorted out the petty squabbles, you know.
Ding ding.
Yeah.
There was a few Globers in chat this evening, but they didn't take up the offer yet again. So I guess there's still no proof.
That's what I thought was people were coming on, people who were maybe slagging off the people who were claiming it was a lie. I thought they were going to be coming on and arguing the case, but we never got anybody on.
Yeah, no, it's the same old shit. You know, they're only going to regurgitate the same repeated nonsense.
Well, where's the genuine people who are sceptical of both sides? There doesn't seem to be any genuine people in questioning the flat Earth scenario.
No, it's few and far between. You know, that's you know, I hardly hear anybody saying, "Look, you know, name maps and models. That's a claim."
Yeah.
Sticking to the facts. You know, there's not a lot of it. You know, but it's good that, you know, appreciate the people who make content debunking the globe and the claims of the globe. You know, that's great. And you see these people coming under attack, and it's just mindless attack. And
but then I don't believe they're genuine people. And if I'm right, there's a bloody awful lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you see it. It's a big thing. It's no hard to think that there's going to be loads of circles of these fuckers operating.
Yeah, and I come back. I mean, if like when you first heard of this subject, when I first heard it, or first heard it, you didn't go in a triad of abuse, did you?
No.
No. You might have thought it was crazy and think, oh, I'll need to hear that a few times and then go off and look at it. But you didn't go and abuse the person because you thought it was crazy what they were saying.
Yeah, that's it. It's not a reaction of rational mind.
No, it's not. No. it's the reaction of somebody who's got an agenda.
Yeah. Well, I say that, I can give it the first time as an emotional reaction, and they'll probably work through it. But when it's just a repetition of the same thing, that's not an honest person at all.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
thanks, no newts. Yeah, agrees with that.
I know, if I keep forgetting about this chat, it moves that quick.
Aye, put a brake on. It's a bit like life as you get older. Bus going downhill, no brakes.
ICBS, this format is greatly pointing out how personalities are attempting to pervert the search for truth. That's the whole point, man.
Like there's dabs for sleep. Flat earthers are fucking retards. I mean, that's just what I was talking about.
Yeah.
But they have an agenda. You wouldn't say that unless you had an agenda.
And what's a flat earther? They don't even define anything. They just say flat earther. So what does that mean?
Assumptions with abuse.
Yeah, label, generalising, usual fallacies. Magumba, Jeff Stewart, sorry, just seen you abusing Martin and didn't realise it was banter.
Got Tyler Durden saying, so if there are planes and not satellites, then how are those planes refueled? How often are they refueled? Why don't they look like planes when you look at them through a telescope?
Well, drones don't need refueled if they're working through solar power, which they do have. I've actually seen that on mainstream TV about drones that can stay up for months, and so can hot air balloons. They have high altitude weather balloons that can stay up for months in the air, and then of course the planes can refuel in the air as well. So,
has anybody got a picture of a satellite they've taken with a land-based or an aerial telescope?
Well, Teen, I think
as a telescope, as a satellite, or is it just a light?
Well, the thing is, with a photograph, it can be faked. But if you research the internet for a high-definition video of a satellite in space, you won't find one, because all you will see is CGI images, which are obvious cartoons. They're not, you can see it's not real, but you won't find any real video of satellites in space.
No, and I've looked as well. There's nothing.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing.
I've spent a long time researching it, but in fact, anything that leaves the Earth's atmosphere immediately becomes a CGI, including rockets. They show you a CGI of a rocket that's just left. I think, what's that about? Because nothing goes into space. That's why.
The rocket that's been ditched in the sea.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's making fun and then there's bantering. Yeah, there's a difference. Big difference.
Sorry, Doug. Tyler does come back saying he's seen them himself with an analog telescope.
Well, can I just say that I'm not going to call that person dishonest, but how would they react if I said that I've seen the Loch Ness Monster with my telescope?
Yeah, that's it. We should just believe you, John.
Yes, exactly. Well, why don't you?
Well, I know. Well, that's it. We've just to believe and have imagination. So fuck it. You know, I believe in your fantasy. You believe in my fantasy. You know. Let's all just believe in each other's fantasy.
And because it's the internet, we can't not believe anybody. We can't say it could be anybody saying anything.
Yeah.
We're looking for evidence to back up these claims.
Yeah. Proofs.
And if you can see something with a telescope from the ground, then you should be able to video it from a plane or from the Hubble telescope or from the ISS or from a rocket or from a spacewalk. Why have we got no video evidence if you can see it from the Earth?
See design proponent. What does that say? See design, whatever your name is. There is no evidence for a flat Earth. There is absolutely zero proof for a globe Earth. There is absolutely solid proof that the Earth must be able to contain the water. Right? Fact or reality. Deal with it.
Gravity refutes flat Earth.
I refute gravity.
Cabbage refutes flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Cabbage.
Where is the evidence that gravity holds vast oceans round a ball?
There's a big difference between a drip of water and a vast body of water. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And whoever put that in the chat room, what if I told you gravity was just cabbage? Would you believe me? Cabbage holds water to the ball.
Magic cabbage. So these people, there's absolutely zero proof for a flat Earth. The whole place is covered in fucking water.
80% water.
My goodness, you know what I mean? Give yourself a fucking shake. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Seriously embarrassing for minds to believe in such absurdities. Do you know what I mean?
Tyler Duran, I'm just making things up. Well, please tell me what I'm making up.
I know. Jeff Stewart, the Earth is 80% water. So is your body there. Now ban Richard Clark. That's, you know, as I just said, the whole place is covered in fucking water.
Oh, Sean, you know, liking cabbage. I'm going to force him to eat some cabbage, right?
There's no doubt drunks in the chat, you know. Many of these illogical morons that run about in their wee groups, drink wine and talk shit. I'm just reading that for the chat. So, as I say, you know, zero proof. All you get is there's zero proof for a flat Earth. You know, who cares about that? There's zero proof for a fucking globe. Worry about the claim.
Yeah, you've not been presented by a flat Earth all your life. Lied to about. It's a globe you've been lied to all your life about.
But that's what the issue should be.
It's Tyler Durden's coming back again. Have any of you folks actually looked at a satellite with an analog telescope? Do you know what? No, I haven't. But I asked my question to you is, could you recognize what you were seeing as a mechanism that is a satellite as represented, or was it just a light? That's it.
And plus, you know, what the fuck is satellites or whatever's up in the sky got today with proving whether there's a globe or whatever, you know?
Yes, both relevant points. And I would add, well, where's your video evidence if you can see it from the ground? Where is your video evidence of it?
Yeah, don't just tell us that you've seen it.
Yeah.
You know, as you pointed out, John, you know, I can see the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, so you've seen it as well?
I'm seeing it right now.
I believe you.
You should. Tell the truth.
Don't take that personally. I thought you were looking at me.
But you see this all the time, that people just jump to this. Oh, satellites. You automatically assume that you claim that satellites don't exist. I'll deny the claim that that what they tell you space is a vacuum and these satellites are in this vacuum. That's utter bollocks. But there might be things up there, but they'll know what they tell you there.
Tyler said, "You claim any videos are fake or CGI. How would a video convince you?" I'll tell you how a video would convince me. Show me somebody with a video camera, either on a spacewalk or from the moon, turning a complete circle, showing that it's not a studio. That would convince me.
No, you take video for it from the moment the rocket leaves, unedited, uninterrupted, all the way to it pops out into this vacuum of space, the whole journey, uninterrupted, unedited.
Yes.
360, I'm sure they can afford to do that.
Yeah. I mean, somebody said, "How could you film that?" I said, "Well, attach a blooming video camera to the rocket, even if it was inside looking out the window."
Yeah. But I don't even need to go that far. As I say, the place is covered in water. It's the best measuring tool we have for finding level. Yes. People can knock themselves out with, let's send rockets up and let's get laser beams and all nonsense. The best measuring tool is right in front of you.
Jeff's asking, where did the water come from?
Well, can we agree first that it's flat before we see where it's coming from, where it's going?
It's not flat, John. It's got motion and waves, so you need to pick your words wisely here because they'll pick up on that. That's the only argument I've got. It's no flat. Well, it's
level then. Yeah.
It's level. If it's no level, it's going to be flowing. So I don't know where the water came from. I don't know where any of it came from.
Where do you think it came from, Jeff?
Somebody nonsensically said gravity is a fact. Yeah, that says a lot, doesn't it?
Listen, guys, I'm starting to get tired now and stuff. 20 past 12, so.
Yeah, well, I think I've enjoyed this evening, Dale, very much, and I think there's been plenty of people in the chat that have enjoyed it as well, which is a bonus, isn't it?
Good, man. It was a good evening. I appreciate everybody that came and took part. So, hi, John. You got anything else you want to say before?
What's that?
Anything else you want to say or talk about?
Sorry, I was letting my dog out. No, I feel a bit out of the loop because I've not been in most of the conversation tonight.
But we're back to the bitches in the comments again. I
don't think we should even mention them because they're so irrelevant and petty and meaningless.
Yeah. They've had their opportunities to make their points and provide their proofs, explain their reasoning and the logic behind their actions and what they're up to. So,
and there's at least somebody's making a point there. Felix Slam is saying, grab 440 volts of electric wire, there's your gravity, mate. I said, well, fair enough, yes, but prove to me that force can hold water to a ball. There's no evidence for that. There's evidence you're going to get electric shock from a cable. There's an electricity current there, but prove to me that gravity exists in holding vast oceans, rivers, lakes, automobiles, people, animals, buildings to the underside of a ball.
Any practical example? Just one practical example. There's none. So,
or a model.
Yeah, well, you can't produce it.
I mean, you can produce vacuum, so why can't you put a ball in that vacuum and have people walk around the ball?
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's just nonsense. You can't give you any practical examples. Any of these claims whatsoever.
And science should do that. And Mr. Deed says gravity equals density. Well, Where's the evidence for that? Density exists. You don't even need to talk about gravity because density and buoyancy will cover it all.
Yeah, that's it. I even pointed it out in that wee clip I used of Bill Nye in the kind of comedy sketch video. When he's explaining pseudoscience, and he's standing there fucking telling you it, while still trying to push bullshit. Something's not proven, testable, observable, repeatable, then it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, but then people will swear by it by just repeating the word. Gravity, with no primary experience of it.
Which a practical example, show me it.
Yeah.
If you understand the pseudoscience, then, if that's what you're pushing, then you need to be aware that it is pseudoscience you're pushing. You're pushing religious crap.
It is religious, absolutely, yes. Not only just religious, it's a blind religious faith because they have no direct experience themselves. They have no primary observations. They're just believing it. It's like we said yesterday. I'm sure the three of us would agree. Around about 5 or 6, we probably questioned the teacher. But teacher, how does water stay in the ball? Gravity. So we just accept that, and we don't understand what gravity is at that age. So all our lives we go up thinking gravity exists. Well, we've no evidence or experience of it. And then you get those same adults that come on here, gravity, it's because of gravity. And they really don't know, do they?
No.
There's no direct experience of that.
No.
No demonstrations of that.
I've got an imagination, image of it, it's like a magnet, it's a magical pulling force. I've been sold this fucking crap.
Well, it's a magical, invisible force, isn't it?
There's not one practical example of any of these claims, So if they want to talk about science, they better start providing it.
Yeah, good point, yes.
So, but well, John, I'm starting to get right tired now, man. I'm going to call it a day.
I know you've been hosting that for about 5 hours or something, is it?
That's been since 7:30, so it's a fair jaunt. It's flew by. I've enjoyed myself.
Good job, man. Well done.
I enjoyed myself.
And thanks for the opportunity to be on.
No problem, mate. Of course, next time, we can maybe get into some philosophical talk. Some of the stuff we were discussing yesterday, it'd be good to chat about some of that.
I'm a great believer in just letting the conversation go without any restrictions, but
of course.
That was great. And nice to have you on again, team.
Yeah, nice to see you, John.
Okay, mate.
Take it easy.
I'll see you both later.
Yeah, take it easy, man.
Marshall, cheers, bud.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, good night, Dal.
Right, take it easy, man. Stuart, cheers for modding and everybody who's there and chatting, everybody who came on. It was great. Appreciate it. Nothing else really to say. We see these methods and highlighting the bullshit and how people can move on, and there's zero proof for a globe. It's not a globe. The globe's fucking dead. Right? So we need to move on to the next level, try and find out where we live. So again, appreciate it, people. I'll just have a wee quick cheers to everybody in chat, even if you're an illogical fucking morons spewing pish. At least you're here. You've had your opportunity and your chance to speak your mind, but you never came forward, so it says a lot. So we'll probably expect, underhanded crap in controlled environments and lies being told. But so peace. Cheers.